As India looks towards faster economic growth, maintaining the health and productivity of its working population is key. With the Make in India campaign, the Indian government aims to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Along with that, there must also be an increased emphasis on employee health at workplaces. 2 in 3 Indians are impacted by diabetes, cancer, heart diseases, or other non-communicable diseases. When compared to other developed countries, the onset of these conditions is at least a decade earlier among Indians. One smart way to contain the damage caused by NCDs is prevention through health education and lifestyle change. People spend more time at work than they do at home, which is why workplaces become key platforms in enabling lifestyle change. Arogya World started its Healthy Workplace program in 2012 to leverage the workplace as a platform for NCD prevention. We conduct meticulous assessments of workplaces to evaluate the health standards and recognize companies as healthy workplaces at annual conferences where best practices are also shared. The Healthy Workplace criteria, co-created with industries, are organized in 3 levels.
Healthy Workplace. Can we have a huge round of applause for the entire team of Arogya World for hosting such an amazing initiative, which is absolutely the need of the hour today. Ladies and gentlemen, a few words to talk about Healthy Workplace. The workplace is an important setting for protection and promotion of employee health and mental well-being. Post-COVID and its devastating impact over the last 2 years, employee well-being has gained heightened focus and acceleration. While healthcare costs continue to rise in the absence of a structured NCD preventive mechanism, and employees are challenged with increased uncertainties, job insecurities, and mental stress, a clarion call for a holistic approach to wellness and vitality is essential to foster a healthy culture in an organization and thereby create happy, agile, healthy, and productive employees to gain a competitive advantage. With the above context and rapidly shifting workplace culture, we at Arogya World have curated today's knowledge session to provide insights around how organizations can move from wellness to vitality at workplace and thereby build a resilient and healthy workplace that is future ready. I would like to announce, ladies and gentlemen, the framework that is designed by Arogya World Healthy Workplace is completely aligned with the guidelines laid by World Health Organization, right? So like I said, this is absolutely the need of the hour in such uncertain and critical times. A few words about Arogya World, ladies and gentlemen. The Arogya World Healthy Workplace family now spans over 186 companies, impacting over 5.83 million professionals. This year, in its 11th edition of Arogya World Healthy Workplace Conference and Awards, we will be felicitating 29 healthy workplaces in different categories who have paved the way to adopt a robust employee wellness framework and delivered on their promise by walking the talk. So stay tuned to know more about their notable best practices and the phenomenal impact they are making both on employee experience and business outcomes. An amazing initiative by Arogya World Healthy Workplace. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the conference with a welcome speech from none other than Dr. Nalini Saligram, founder and CEO of Arogya World. Before I invite her on stage, a few words about her. A tireless advocate for NCD prevention, Dr. Nalini Saligram leverages public-private partnerships and global platforms to improve the world we live in. Dr. Nalini has lived and worked in many parts of the world, including Merck in Philadelphia, Glaxo Wellcome in London, and Hill & Knowlton in Hong Kong. She's also a board member of the Global Center for Healthy Workplaces Advisory Board. Dr. Nalini is a frequent opinion writer, sought-after speaker, and judge for global competitions on health. That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nalini Saligram with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Roshni. It's really great to see you all. I know we have a packed agenda, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to say a few words about Arogya World. It's an honor and privilege to be leading this organization. We're less than 20 people, but we punch above our weight. And we have reached about 9.3 million now. We just counted people all over India with our different programs. So what do? We do NCD prevention, specifically diabetes prevention through healthy living. That's what we promote. And we promote it to school children in schools, to working people in workplaces like all of you. And we also use text messages and voice messages as well as social media to encourage and empower people to change behavior, because behavior change is the holy grail of diabetes prevention. 80% of heart disease and 80% of diabetes can be prevented with 3 lifestyle changes. We must eat right, exercise, and avoid tobacco. So that is at the core of all our work, and we promote that with everything we have. 2 things about Arogya. We follow a doorstep health model. That means we take prevention outside the health system, okay, right in the community. So we spare those few healthcare resources in the country so that they can take care of the people who are sick. We take care of the people who are well and who are not yet sick, and we try to avoid or delay that. And we believe we give what is called a lifestyle change prescription, someone called it, and I think it's right. We recently won a UN Interagency Award, a WHO Primary Healthcare Award for 2022. The other India entity that won it was the ICMR and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, so we feel very good about the company we keep. And thank you. The other thing I want to say is Arogya City. This week we had on Monday a massive effort to raise to get the whole of Bangalore mobilized around making Bangalore, transforming the city into a healthy city. And 21 pledge makers stepped up, organizations big and small, from private sector companies to civil society organizations to startups in this city that's known for leadership in tech. We are so excited because now we get to show multi-stakeholder action in action. So we were really thrilled about that. Just a few quick words about the Healthy Workplace Program. Congratulations to all the companies that have won today and the ones that have won till now. Without your stepping up and being pioneers in this, and we cannot, progress our work. So we need you. We feel we give you a blueprint for the way you can improve your employee health programs. We are the first people, we're aligned with WHO framework, but we are the first people to require both physical health criteria and mental health criteria, and they are on par, okay? We didn't do one below the other. They are equal in our weightage, and we assess companies with a very robust, direct, and transparent assessment process. So that is also a very big hallmark of what we do. And we have, our highest level is called Platinum. We have 5 companies that have achieved that today, and over the years, 40 companies have become Platinum. Platinum is for us the highest level, the fact that you're measuring the health metrics in your company, and the fact that you're willing to get scrutinized by an external body called Arogya World itself speaks a lot. Until we change the culture of companies to become data-driven around health, we won't achieve what we all want, which is to improve the health of the working people, at least, of India. We also have tools and services that we provide. Please use them. We have a lifestyle change program that we have brought from the CDC, Centers for Disease Control in the US, to India for the first time. Please use that. I think it's a wonderful way to prevent the pre-diabetics who in your population from progressing to overt diabetes, so please use that. The second I want to say is that we have this amazing My Thali Eating Right tool. We can provide a lot of information to help your employees on their individual health journey. So congratulations to all winners today. All of you are the reason why we exist, and we are so happy to work together to make better collective public health impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nalini, for taking us through the amazing journey of Arogya World. It is really awe-inspiring to see the kind of progress the small team has managed to achieve under your inspiring leadership. So thank you for all the information. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Nalini? Thank you so much for all the energy that you bring into Healthy Workplaces initiatives, ma'am. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the next one is a keynote address by our next speaker, and the topic is the future of work is holistic employee well-being. That's so rightly said, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 years have seen a paradigm shift in focus towards employee wellness. However, with increasing global volatility at workplaces, do we see a gradual and emerging need of holistic and integrated wellness programs that address multifaceted needs of employees that are beyond just physical and mental health, spanning across emotional, financial, and spiritual well-being as well? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear it from our expert, Sunita Rebecca Cherian, Chief Culture Officer and Senior Vice President, Human Resources, Wipro. We are honored to have her over today as our keynote speaker and for gracing the occasion with her presence. Sunita will be sharing her thoughts on the topic. Like I said, the future of work is holistic employee well-being. Sunita Rebecca Cherian serves Wipro Limited as the Chief Culture Officer and Senior VP, Corporate HR. Wipro Limited operates in over 65 countries and employs 2 lakh people in diverse regulatory and labor environments. With this, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to give a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Sunita Rebecca Cherian on stage. It's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you for that, Roshni. So good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be a part of this group. I've known Nalini now for many years. And, just the sheer energy that she brings to this topic is so contagious that even if companies thought that they would ignore the request from the employees, I don't think they can ignore Nalini when she comes to you with, the checks and balances of what the company does around well-being. So the topic on wellness to vitality, and when I was asked to come and speak here, I did not bat an eyelid because coming from Wipro, an organization where, by the way, I've been around for 26 plus years, this topic is not new to us. So forget about what we do for employees. I think the fact that we care about what we do, not just for employees, but also us as a society, is what is key. So through our Wipro Cares, which is, the employee-led initiative of the Wipro Foundation, the amount of work that is done with our communities to ensure primary health care, to ensure education, to ensure ecology, disaster management, et cetera. But I think the core is that our employees are also involved in what they do to give back to the society. And I think, I was just exchanging with Nalini today, in today's time, it's not just enough that you are joining an organization which is making money. Well, it's good, it serves your paycheck. But I think what we also seek is for organizations which are going above and beyond. And this is one place where our employees are able to actually contribute meaningfully to the communities in the space of healthcare, which is fantastic. Now, if I look at, if I just look at what companies typically offered, if you had a good healthcare plan, if you had a good insurance plan, then probably it was enough to say that I'm doing what is required for my employees and they will be happy. But I think the pandemic has really, really changed the equation, and it has taught us that just having that insurance policy is not enough. But as Nalini said, what do you do to ensure that it is a holistic well-being that you're pursuing with your employees? So, especially, and all of us have experienced it, right? It was not easy because suddenly you had employees being cooped up at homes. Suddenly you had employees who were single and who could not step out of their homes, and just the loneliness was getting to them. The stress was going up. You suddenly, all you saw was tiny tiles on your screens, and there was absolutely no human interaction, which just aggravated the situation. So imagine if you did not already have a system in place which could address these well in advance. I'm sure that we would not have been able to tide past what we all went through so smoothly, at least from a Wipro context. So the good part is that even before the pandemic, the idea was that as a leader, you play a very important role in terms of what well-being truly means. Are you really a role model in emulating to be a role model for your teams when it comes to holistic health? I can take my own example. Pre-pandemic, I would say, I kind of finally resorted to yoga because of the chronic back problem that I had. And rightfully so, the moment I got a little better, it was like, okay, now I can park that, I'm fine, and let me just move on. Those late nights, those parties, those sleepless nights, et cetera, just continued. And come COVID, I'm glad that this is the one thing that hopefully has changed my pattern for the good, because now you are a lot more conscious. I mean, how will you not? Because you just saw so many of your own colleagues just popping, overnight. And you can attribute it to stress, you can attribute it to maybe the inherent underlying problems which probably they didn't do a health check about. But nevertheless, I think the pandemic has, in that way, in my view, been a great reset, because one has been careful in terms of how you lead your life, what kind of lifestyle do you want to have, And, I might just add to what Nalini said, of course, eating right, the food that you take, exercise right is important, but I think also the importance of sleep. Because to me, that was the biggest factor which we all just ignored and said, well, my body can recoup, and I just need X number of hours of sleep. But we all saw how that was getting to us, how the stress was getting to people, and that was a time when, at least from an organization perspective, we went on an overdrive to ensure that both managers and leaders truly explained and lived to be role models, at least with their teams, when it came to how do you prevent this kind of a burnout. Now, again, being in a software services organization, the fact is that we have, our clients who are based all across the globe. So it is but accepted that you will have your late night calls, that you will have your early morning calls. But is it healthy to remain always on? Now, I know that is a culture because, you rarely leave your mobile. You rarely leave your laptop. But we must also understand that it is not healthy in the long term to be always on. So what is it as an organization that you're promoting? So if, for example, a lot of analytics, and I must thank a lot of these companies which gave us this rich data in terms of how are employees spending their time, what kind of hours were they keeping, what kinds of collaboration were they having. I think these are important data points we collected to ensure that a lot of the actions that we did was centered around how do you beat the stress, how do you ensure that you don't cause further burnout in your employees, how do you space out your meetings, how do you ensure that managers, we train managers to say, hey, just call up your team members. You need not have an agenda. You can just call up to say, how are you feeling today? That made a huge difference in the lives of somebody who was lonely, who didn't know how to cope, who just needed somebody to talk to. And that brings me to the importance of having a friend in the workplace. I cannot stress the importance of what a difference it can make if you have a friend, a close confidant at the workplace, because that's a place where you are most of your working, most of your awake times. So having that friend is important. So all of you, and at least my own example, all my family friends today are those who I made during my course at the workplace. So the importance of making that, and by the way, if that friend can be your boss, the chances of retention, the chances of employee experience, the chances of just having a happy employee goes up that much more. So I think the focus on building those bonds, the focus on ensuring that managers are true role models in adopting a healthy work style, in adopting a healthy well-being for their teams was seen as very, very critical. Of course, for a lot of companies, the insurance and what you do around the insurance is important. I wouldn't say no. But I think, again, I will go back to what Nalini mentioned, that it's not just the physical well-being that is important as much as the mental well-being and what are you doing there. So a lot of the policies, a lot of the processes is not just to say that you fall ill, you go to the doctor, okay, I reimburse your OPD, or I have a fabulous insurance system in place which will take care of you and your family, as much as what is it that I'm going to be doing to ensure prevention, right? So it's prevention, it's curation, it is promotion. So all of this put together are the pillars which we would want to focus on to ensure that you're talking about truly wellness to vitality and not just wellness alone, but it's in a true sense the well-being of your employees. Finally, I think policies make a lot of difference. So what are the kind of policies? So you did see a lot of employers coming and saying, take time off. And I think that was important because you did need that time off to rejuvenate. A lot of the leave policies, for example, that we brought in, it was basically to tell people that, you want to go on a break, you don't even need to give me a reason for it. Take that leave, it's okay, you still have your role, you still have your job. And I think these kind of policy interventions are important if we truly believe in the holistic way of looking at well-being, rather than how many days of sick leave do you have, or how many days of annual leave do you have. It's more to be there when the individual really needs it, because each person's approach can be very different, their life stage can be different, and as a result of which, is your culture one that includes well-being as central to the entire organization culture. So with that, I've got a timer which says 5 minutes, so I'm happy to take questions, if any. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, please.
Is ask the employees to also pursue their hobby or something that they are passionate about. For instance, we have some people who are very passionate about art or about sketching, and we have encouraged them to submit their sketches for our quarterly e-magazine.
Yes.
And we give them that place of recognition, which really gets them onto the board, you know.
Absolutely.
So that's a good stress buster.
Wonderful.
So I think in all our organizations, if we can ask everyone as to what his or her hobby is,
Yes.
and allow them to devote only 2 hours per week, believe me, we will have a changed world. Thank you.
I completely endorse that. For example, I've been a bathroom singer all my life, but thanks to, again, pandemic and the stress, and thanks to a lot of the apps, so Star Maker app, you can croon into it and you can feel good. So yeah, hobbies is definitely something that one should pursue, more so in today's times. Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for these wonderful words. My question is, since ages and even going forward, I have a personal feeling that mental health is considered to be a taboo, and it will continue to, be considered as a taboo. What can we do as leaders and even as employees to move the, mark from mental health to mental strength, and how do we reposition ourselves with this kind of community, and what are your thoughts on that?
Super question. Thank you. And again, I go back to the point, it is not just enough to have good systems in place for when you fall ill physically. It's equally important to what organizations can provide in terms of mental strength. Now, again, over here, the good news, I would say, is at least at Wipro, if I look at the statistics, it's no more a taboo, because what we are seeing in terms of the calls, the EAP programs that we run, there's an equal uptake of both men and women into this, right? So counseling, going to people for help when you're stressed out is no more seen as a stigma. And I think the more organizations drumbeat on it, people will feel confident of coming out, speaking out, and there's no stigma that, if I have to go to this counselor, then people might think I'm crazy, or people might think I'm not as productive, in the work. So I think it's important for, and by the way, we have something called Mitra, which is our in-house counselors. So if you have, if you're not too sure about going to an external person and talking, here's somebody internally who has been trained, who will actually offer you that level 1 of just listening, and then probably figuring out, the course ahead. But I think it's important, super question, that companies should give an equal weightage to both the mental as well as the physical part. Yes, last question, because I can see Roshni glaring at me.
Yeah, Dr. Jadhav here, madam. Here is.
Yes, okay.
This is about the emotional well-being index. So whether in Wipro, we are monitoring this emotional well-being index of all employees and how it is progressing.
So, if I look at emotional well-being, one way of looking at it, like I said, is in terms of what is the kind of calls that are coming into the EAP providers, right? The other one could be in terms of just my employee experience. What are people saying in terms of holistic well-being? So I think these are charts that we keep monitoring. Of course, there are groups where the burnout is more. So as a result of which, this data throws that up, and we're able to zoom in to those specific projects. A lot of times, believe me, it's the clients who give stress, right? So do you have the confidence to take it up with the clients to say, hey, at this rate, you'll have nobody left behind in your project, right? So I think it's important. As an index, will I have a number? The answer is no. But I think through these surround ways, we will understand and collate what it means in each project. Yeah, last question.
Yeah, so my question is, we all understand that it's important to invest in health and have employee programs, but how do we increase the utilization of it? Because year on year we're seeing annual health checkups utilization is low, wellness or fitness, whatever regime the organization is coming with, the utilization is very less. So how to increase the utilization of it?
Brilliant question, because this again is something that has to come from within. And I gave you my own example, I know it was good, but I didn't bother to do it until and unless something really life-changing happens. And I think the pandemic has been a big reset. At least what we have seen in Wipro is earlier when I used to do a lot of these contests in terms of walking, etc., the uptake was like, but today it's become so central to every person that take out a challenge and you have enough and more people registering for it, because it's also become a part of the employee talk. It's part of the employee culture. So the Spirit of Wipro, which is our only annual event that we hold, is around health. So you can see the kind of importance that the organization gives. I'm sure that there will be a reciprocation from the employees as well. So with that, thank you so much. It's, like I said, it's always a pleasure being here, and we can continue this discussion even beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunita. For a small token of our appreciation for the trouble you've taken to get here, fighting Bangalore traffic early.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sunita, for that wonderful keynote on the importance of holistic employee well-being. Thank you, Dr. Nalini. All right, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with all of you that we are live streaming this event on our LinkedIn and YouTube channels at Arogya World. The reason I tell you this is we have amazing, esteemed leaders as keynote speakers. We have experts inside. We have a fireside chat and a lot more. So maybe your family and friends can make the best use of Healthy Workplace Conference. So please do share with them that we're also live streaming on our digital channels. Thank you very much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra. And before I invite him on stage, a few words about him. A visionary committed to championing the cause of human energy endeavors, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Mohapatra is the Director, HR at Indian Oil and Chairman of Lanka IOC, is a firm believer in the power of possibilities. A winner of Global Healthy Workplace 2021 and a 2022 Platinum Awardee. Amazing. Indian Oil has pioneered employee well-being practices at the global level under the leadership of Mr. Ranjan Mohapatra. Let's hear his success story to get a glimpse of Indian Oil's incredible journey. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it a round of applause and welcome Mr. Mohapatra on stage. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So when you come to an Arogya conference and you have a bad throat, it's a very sad thing. Huh? You want to speak louder, you want to show your energy. But anyway, nevertheless, very good morning to all of you. And yes, I don't know how she managed the Bangalore traffic to be here on time. That's incredible. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Nalini Saligram, your energy. See, we in Indian Oil, we say that we are the energy of India. So we also see that all of you, as our customers, as our stakeholders, also make that energy come alive. So thank you very much. Friends, I see. It will be an understatement if I say it's indeed a pleasure to be here, because what I tell about in Indian Oil or in the context of the entire country, I think probably the most neglected part has been our own health. I think I am taking one thing from Sunita today. I think I'll have to really practice it, not myself. I also sleep very less. And definitely, it must be working on me. So I was just wondering whether it's a godsend. She told about her own experience and how now, after pandemic, she has done that. So I think this is a this is a awakening call for me as well, that you got to sleep your quota of time. I think that is necessary. Everything can wait, I suppose. In today's times, of course, where healthy chronic conditions such as physical ones, diabetes or hypertension or BP, have become more common, and stress, anxiety, depression are being recognized and accepted as problems in India. It truly showcases that we have come a long way, where both physical and mental well-being are equally important. I think the pandemic has taught us this. While innovation and digitalization have enabled every organization, I still believe that humans are the greatest assets of the organization. I think probably how you take care of your people reflect how you perform at the end. I mean, at the end, in the business place, how you perform, how the result comes in. It depends on how you treat your people. I think if we are successful today, we owe it to our people. And no matter whatever comes, the human touch must continue. We in Indian Oil have always believed that our people are our greatest assets, and hence their overall well-being is of prime importance to the organization. And when we talk about our people, we don't limit it to our employees only. We talk of our contractual workforce, the people who contribute every day. In fact, during the pandemic, while we took care of our own people, we had accidental insurances, as well as ex gratia for the people, because I was just trying to tell that story. I mean, I was hearing, you used a word, during this period, everybody was cooked up inside. So I'm taking it slightly further. During the pandemic, everybody stayed at home and people started cooking themselves. And no restaurant was operative, right? And jokingly, don't take it very seriously, the males started cooking. So my sales went up because they consumed more of LPG than the ladies would do. So that's where we almost had an incremental sales of 28% of LPG during that period. And we supplied, I think we will try, we'll be trying to get it recorded somewhere. We supplied 3.3 million, that is 33 lakh cylinders on a given day, on a single day. And why? Because we had to keep that fire alive in the houses so that people are taken care of. And why that is important? It's not for sales. Why that's important? That's important because at that point of time, we all were talking about social distancing. And here, my people have to deliver that LPG cylinder at your home personally. We don't have any other system as of now. We have very few pipelines which are there in some major cities, CGDs are there, but other than that, this LPG has to be delivered. So that means for getting that LPG there, people have to work backward. So that's where it became important, and that is where we were very sure that this entire stakeholders of mine, 3.3 lakhs stakeholders that we had, the people who supply at your location, the people who carry, the people who load at our LPG bottling plants, or our retail outlets, or our terminals or bottling plants which are there all across, they all form a part of our team. And I think I take it from Sunita that it's important that you identify what they do for you. You identify what's their issues and how do you really take care of them. Anyway, one more thing. This is also for Arogya World and all the doctors who are there. I always feel we should not be waiting for a pandemic to give us this awakening call. This should be available to us at all point of time. We must realize that this is important. People are important. Health is important, and it has to be taken care of at all points of time. We just don't have to wait for a pandemic to tell us, because we lost a lot of people. And now also, I don't know, now also we are losing people on account of pandemic, on account of the complications. Today morning only I was sharing with my people, one of our colleagues passed away, just snapped off. He had gone into the bathroom and he just snapped off. So we don't know. So that's why we need to be very much aware and very much concerned that we continue to take care of this. And it has to be led by each one of us. We all individually are leaders wherever we are, and we have to take care of it. Of course, to start with, I'm extremely happy that we are already honored that successfully we have entered Arogya World's Platinum League of Healthy Workplace. So thank you very much for recognizing that. But as she told very rightly, it came the other way around. And before that, last year, we had won the Arogya World's award for the healthy workplace among the large employer category. And I think probably, of course, I don't know, it is something like telling that out of 3 people you get first or something like that. We always claim that we are the first public sector to have got that. So there are with 236 public sectors only. So it's a small record, but still we are extremely happy that we are the first public sector to have got that. At Indian Oil, of course, again, occupational health and safety concerns, normally, like any other organization, we are also into chemical processing, and so we work on this industry hygiene programs. So work area monitoring, whether it is periodic medical examinations, emergency services, etc., they are all there. But beyond that, we have, this is again something not because of anything pertaining to getting an award or anything. It is just because, and it has not happened during my time or current times. This is what has been built in the system, that there is a very distinct care for people. And in fact, out of our 4 core values, care, innovation, passion, and trust, care forms the most important part of it. And that is displayed at every point of time. So it's not mine, it is an acknowledgement, great acknowledgement by others that we are keeping a healthy workplace. It is possible because people care for each other. Sunita ji again spoke about these leaves and all. I think probably we don't tell outside what all facilities we have provided for the leaves. COVID times is one example where leaves were given. We introduced leave system where nobody is asked. Today we are almost in the process of giving leaves to people who want to pursue their individual social responsibilities, ISRs, not CSR. We also give women employees additional leave for the menstrual period. I don't think any public sector or even private sector, I'm not very sure whether they have such a leave policy. We provide to our women employees when they go on tour, they can carry their child, they can carry a caretaker with them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think these are some things we don't take. These all add up to being a healthy workplace. They may not look so because what? We all are seeing only the physical health part of it, but we have to be extremely, extremely careful about the mental health. If my woman field officer or women officers, executives, when they go on tour, they're still worrying about the child, then how is she going to be mentally well? I just gave a few examples. So this continues and this will continue. And I have written down certain things. I think I wanted to tell that, but I got carried away the way you have given your speech. A few more things. I just want to leave it with that, not taking much time. One more thing, which is extremely also important. I think somebody was asking about the taboo which is associated with mental health. It is extremely important for the senior leaders to realize that it is a problem. If my employee is not behaving properly, that's a problem. That's not a negative attribute to him. It is a problem. We have to identify it. We started a small initiative which is now doing working wonders. Like you talked about Mitra. We started Paramarsh. These days, thoda fad and naam to acha dena chahiye. So we have given the name Paramarsh, means counseling. Counseling bolne se thoda sa, I think people would not have been very forthcoming. But when he told Paramarsh, nobody thought second time. What we are permitting, we have a set of people who can guide, who can handhold, or who can understand your problems. And everybody is authorized, everybody is allowed to speak to them. Initially, he or she can speak to them just like that. And after that, if he wants, there can be complete anonymity between these two people speaking, and company doesn't come inside. I mean, we are some sort of, I was telling my colleagues, we have some sort of trying to play a matchmaker in this, trying to bring them together, and without making them feel that there is anything which should refrain you from not going forward. So that's again important, and that is something which I would like to be taken forward in good state. Recently, of course, as far as physical is concerned, we have taken this onus on us on TB Mukt Indian Oil. And I think you must be all knowing that as against 2030 plan of having TB Mukt world as per SDG, Honorable PM gave a call that we should have India TB Mukt by 2025. So we in Indian Oil have taken it on ourselves that we will have TB Mukt Indian Oil. In fact, again, not only relating to our employees, but all the stakeholders that we have. Of course, just to conclude, I think I would like to reiterate that our idea of well-being is a state where an organization creates an environment and culture which empowers the workers to make positive personal lifestyle decisions, and of course, hopefully, their sense of well-being. And this all makes, I have been telling all the leaders whenever we meet, this all makes business sense as well. So please don't ignore this. This makes a business sense. If your people are fine, it reflects in your bottom line, it reflects in your top line as well. So as Nelson Mandela says, it's in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. So let us try, and let us try to walk the same path together again. Let us make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohapatra, for that inspiring view of how Indian Oil has contributed to not only its employee well-being, but has taken incredible steps towards nation building. And I love the agenda you set, sir. Directly or indirectly, the employee well-being contributes to the top line, which means to your business. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to repeat my announcement that Indian Oil is the proud winner of Healthy Workplace at Platinum level. Give it a huge round of applause for the team. Now, may I request Dr. Ashish Vijay Jain, Advisory Board, Healthy Workplaces, to please come forward and hand over the award and a token of appreciation for Mr. Mohapatra. Yes, sir. If you can come on stage, that. Yes. also have a token of appreciation, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure having you here and listening to your wonderful words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the most awaited session of the day. That is a CEO panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you a panel discussion on employee well-being, a business imperative by some of our most successful and esteemed leaders of the country. They say that the culture of the organization gets driven from the top. So rightly said, how do leaders integrate employee wellness in the top business goals, measure impact, leverage technology, and create self-sustaining processes that are institutionalized and futuristic? By moving from wellness to vitality, how are leaders making employee well-being a business imperative? The CEO panel will be moderated by Mr. Santosh Mahalingam, CEO and co-founder of Micrographio. A few words about Mr. Santosh. Mr. Santosh Mahalingam has had a distinguished career in banking and ITES industry for over 27 years before he decided to don the hat of an entrepreneur. He has led several leading organizations to digital-first innovations in the industry. He co-founded Micrographio, an integrated workspace, workforce, and essential solutions provider focusing on Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns in India. With this, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Mahalingam. Can we have a huge round of applause? Can we have you on stage, sir? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the pleasure of welcoming our other esteemed panel members for the CEO panel discussion. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Khanna. And before I invite him on stage, a few words about him. The CEO of Tata Renewable Energy Limited, leading and seasoned clean energy stalwart, Mr. Ashish Khanna is on a new mission to reshape the renewable energy realm in India. He currently spearheads the renewables arms of Tata Power as the CEO, where he's vested with the responsibility of growing the firm's clean energy business. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Ashish Khanna. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel speaker is Mr. Ram Kumar. Ram Narayanan is VP Technology and Managing Director at VMware India, where he leads strategy and growth for VMware's largest global center outside of its headquarters in Palo Alto, USA. He serves on the board of directors of VMware Software India Private Limited. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Ram Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, let the energy be on. Come on, let's cheer up for our panelists. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Sarthak Ranade, Managing Director, Janssen India, the Janssen pharmaceutical companies of Johnson & Johnson. As a Managing Director of Janssen India, Sarthak oversees the company's operations in India and the South Asian markets of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Sarthak is a member of the Johnson & Johnson India President Council, as well as the Janssen Asia Pacific Leadership. Give a huge round of applause for Mr. Sarthak. Yes, sir. Pleasure to have you. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mr. Nitin Dave, CEO of Quest Staffing. Nitin Dave has joined Quest in April 2021, bringing with him a rich experience in building profitable and sustainable businesses. His experience has been instrumental in driving the best practices during the period of COVID lockdowns. Today, Quest Corp's staffing platform caters to over 330,000, with the associates managing nearly 1,500 plus diverse customers. Put your hands together and please welcome on stage Mr. Nitin Dave. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have all the esteemed leaders of the industry here on stage. Now over to Mr. Mahalingam to moderate the CEO panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. I think we had a wonderful opening session with the keynote address and the address by Mr. Mohapatra from Indian Oil. Great stories. And I'd like to start off the discussion from the topic of the keynote address, which was about future of... Yeah. The topic of the keynote address today was future of work is holistic employee well-being. Right. When I consider holistically employee well-being, in my mind, various things comes to my mind. And what does a well-being mean? It has different aspects to it. It has physical, it has mental, emotional, spiritual, environmental, financial, social, multiple elements come into it for a well-being. And very often, I've looked at this in multiple organizations in the past, and I clearly agree with Sunita when she said post-pandemic things have changed a lot. It was insurance before, good enough. Some membership to gyms, good enough. Some PTOs, personal time offs, good enough. Things have changed drastically. And I like to start this question to Nitin. Nitin, if you take this entire well-being holistically and you cover the different aspects as I spoke about, beyond physical and mental to environmental, social, spiritual, various aspects you consider, how do you think organization can lead this change? How do you think organization make this all the more inclusive with respect to covering all these aspects together, rather than looking at in a transactional manner, right? It has to be quite holistic. So over to you, Nitin. What is your views on that?
Thank you. So my opinion is that these aspects are that you're mentioning: financial, your career itself, the mental health, the spiritual part. All these things are like the four wheels of the car. If one of the wheels is not working well, there will be a problem. So as Sunita was also saying, the organizations have to look at it holistically. They have to plan for it. So, sessions on financial planning, and especially, they say in financial planning, the earlier you start, the better it is. And especially to the youngsters, how do you guide them? Something about, you were talking about, again, Sunita was talking about yoga, those kind of things, and how do you connect yourself to, your spiritual self, the health itself, and the career. So these things have to go in together, and somewhere the organizations have to plan for it, because the overall well-being is important rather than just one aspect. That's what I believe. And again, it leads to things like productivity, it leads to things like retention, and people doing better. And ultimately, it does make business sense as well. That's my view. So the idea is one person speaks at a time. I'll help you.
Okay, thank you, Nitin. And I think it's an interesting perspective. I'd like to pose the same question to you, Ram, as well. When you look at this holistically and you lead a large organization, what comes to your mind in terms of a holistic approach? What are the things you do at workplace, or how have you led it personally, this entire philosophy of a holistic well-being? And can you quote some examples of how we are looking at it and how we are making some policies around this to implement holistically?
Thank you, Santosh, and good morning, everyone. A great question. I think Nitin covered some of the basics of what people will be looking for when you think about holistic. And when we looked at this, interestingly, we started looking at this a little more closely, obviously, because of the pandemic. But as an organization, globally, we decided that while the company can do many things, a lot of things is very personal. And as we were discussing offline, we have a multi-generational workforce. You probably have 4 generations of people, at any given time in the organization. And so not, sitting at the top, you cannot make decisions for everybody in terms of what it means to them personally. So one of the things we did was we introduced something called a wellness benefit, so which I think other organizations have also started doing. And the idea was, let's give employees a lump sum amount that they can use for anything. I mean, the only thing we, on a lighter note, we tell people is, don't use it for anything illegal. Other than that, they can pretty much use it for anything they want without any questions asked, whether it be, they want a gym membership, they want to hire a financial planner, they want to buy themselves a gadget that will help them through that process, or whatever it is that they're looking for. There's no questions asked. It's not up to the organization to decide what is right for an individual. And so that's one piece to it. The other things we started looking at is our own policies. Are they beneficial? Do they cover the, kind of the 80-20 rule in some sense? And areas like, for example, paternity leave, we extended that. We made it 16 weeks in line with, what we thought our employees were looking for. We extended a whole bunch of other benefits for our employees. And even during the pandemic, we introduced not just for benefits like health coverage for the employee or their direct dependents, but some of their extended family members as well. Because in many cases, the employees' parents were covered, but not their in-laws. And again, in a multi-generational family setup, it doesn't matter, we can't presuppose that it's only the employees' parents who are staying with them. It could be the employees' in-laws who are also, being covered as somebody that they're taking care of. So I think the point here, and then the other piece that we did was, we also started sensitizing our managers, because that's the other piece to this. There's one thing to talk about personal lives and how they manage their personal lives. But when they come to work, if there isn't an empathy in the organization with the people that they work with on a day-to-day basis as peers or as management or managers, we started doing a number of interventions with our managers in terms of sensitizing, empathy building. How do you have conversations which are a little more personal in nature, but at the same time, build that boundary that is required sometimes when you do this. So it's a very, delicate balance, and those are the kinds of things that we started doing.
Thank you, Ram. Interesting observations and policy. So I have a follow-up question to you, Ashish, if I may. Ram just spoke about multiple initiatives and policies which we implement in different organizations, and Nitin touched upon what holistic it can be. We also heard from speakers about aspects of having a best friend at work whom you can confide, and if possible, the best friend being the manager themselves in that sense, far better. But end of the day, who is responsible for well-being? Is it a CEO or a management? Is it the employee himself? Is it HR? Is it supervisor? And how do you make that environment conducive enough, to create an environment which is far different, which says an employee himself is able to think that I'm responsible for my well-being and my organization supports the right kind of environment for me to raise that I have an issue which I need to sort out. Okay. End of the day, who's responsible for this?
Sometimes things work, even though Bangalore traffic doesn't. Who's responsible for? It's a good question if you ask me, and I think everyone is contributing. But first of all, if you ask me, I look this particular question in a different manner. Who all are contributing in the stress factor first? Then we'll try to see who all should help in that de-stressing factor. So when we did this exercise, and I keep on doing on it, that first thing we realized is that organization itself, when it talks of do this, do that, it will de-stress. In any way, are we also adding the stress? And my biggest finding was that in organizations, especially managers, the leaders, they bring the maximum stress on the organization. Take my word. We have innate ability to stress anyone out of his comfort zone. And this is how we were born. This is how we work. We push. We need results. Financials are important for us. Well-being is also very important for us. P&L matters, quarterly results, public companies, investors, all these factors are on our head. And like a parent, the children doesn't hear you. they look at you. They know what is going out here. And then some of us are not mature enough, then we also use that as a pipeline to just pass it on to the employees. The next level goes to the next level, and the guy at the bottom takes all the brunt. That's what happens in a typical organization. Stress actually comes from the top. There are policies to de-stress, but humans are humans. So I think the important factor for first, which I realize, is that our policies are good. As a Tatas, we were the first one, even before independence, to start provident funds. We have crutches. We have all the right infrastructure in place. But I think where we are playing the most important role is that the leaders to behave themselves. They need to be the role model there. Even if they are stressed to some extent, they have to reflect that there are ways in which they are dealing with it. It helps. The leaders are responsible as number one. Number two is the managers. We don't train our managers in a manner that they are actually act like a manager and not like someone who's just pushing the employees to a large extent just to get this output from them. So I think this internal training, understanding, and a huge part of communication, that we all are humans at the end of the day. And we all will be stressed, personal, official, or for many other matters. Recognize that and then deal with it is very important. So in my view, well, you said it very rightly that there are 4 wheels. I think important factor is to realize that at any given time, any wheel can puncture. And the most important point is that we always have a stepney in the organization which can be utilized as a stepney for that particular period when I am punctured. I should have a space for it. I should have someone who can help me in that particular time, and it all need to be, then it is a reflection of the environment per se. So if you ask me, communications matter a lot. Being human as a leader and recognizing that we all are going through a tough time, I am dealing with it, please help me too. I think the biggest problem which I have come across in our organization is expression of vulnerabilities. We don't express it. And then the other person takes you in a very different level. So in my view, that open communication, expression of vulnerability, finding a shoulder, which you will always find. You don't need to make a policy that, this Mr. X is your buddy and this Miss Y is what will help you. They always find the path of least resistance and will find a buddy in the organization, which we try then to officialize it. But more focus, if you ask me, from my organization, which is varied because people are at different places too. They have different type of stresses. What happens in Bangalore, we are in metros. We have individuals at sites. They have very different stresses. They have come from metro working in sites. So in my view, environment plays an important role, and there is no one fit solution for all. We all have to contribute, but leaders have to take the biggest brunt on it, and then have to be the role models to do it, and it percolates down. Hopefully it helps. Sorry for a larger answer to it, but one more thing, which I have realized, there is nothing which works for all, and there is nothing which works all the time. We have to keep on innovating for ourselves and for the situation, because environment is changing humongously fast than the way we used to be 30 years back. The things are changing at a very dynamic level, and unless we all change what is working well, it's not going to help, and it will not be that effective too.
Thank you, Ashish. Satvik, taking from what Ashish spoke about, how you bring about the change and how leadership matters, and how leaders can be a source of stress as well in that sense. I often realize that leadership defines the culture of an organization. A leader changes, culture changes. Okay, so in your mind, how do you ensure that well-being is embedded in the culture of the organization? And we have all gone through multiple, mechanisms to, which talk about that, but it really doesn't happen in that sense, right? So how do we embed culture in an organization which is distinct and can continue? Is policies enough, or there is something much more larger to be done to that extent? And how do we influence that change to be constant and permanent, not to get influenced by changes in leadership?
So, Santosh, thank you so much. So, first of all, good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. Before I answer your question, I just want to thank Arogya World for inviting me. I get invited to many panel discussions on business and strategy and digital transformation. But this topic is so important, and not many people are talking about it. So the moment I saw the invite, like Sunita said, I also didn't bat an eyelid. I just jumped at the opportunity and said, I need to be here. This is a topic which is very close to my heart, and also very close to the organization which I represent, which is Johnson & Johnson. So coming back to your question, I think about culture and how do you ensure that the employee well-being strategy is fully embedded in the culture. I'm going to quote Peter Drucker, the management consultant, and I know he's been overquoted on this phrase that culture eats strategy at breakfast table. I think unless and until you don't embed this in your culture, you always run the risk of all such programs being seen as model of interventions, just to make employees feel good about it. So this has to be very deep-rooted. This has to be sort of intertwined with your business strategy. And some companies are extremely good at it. And look, I think we all have been talking about how the world has changed over the last 2 years in pandemic. And being in healthcare industry, I've been in the industry for 24 years. You always used to shout about the importance of healthcare, that governments needs to invest more. We all need to be more responsible for health. But I think finally a virus actually made us stand up and take notice and mind our ways. So some good definitely has emerged while it was very destructive. And just to answer your question again on culture, how do you make it happen? I want to give this example of the company which I work for, which is Johnson & Johnson. And I want to share this because this is very interesting. So employee well-being has been a very important part of our culture right from our inception. So we have been in the world for more than 136 years. And we are guided by something what we called as the Johnson & Johnson Credo. I would encourage many of you to just Google and look at Johnson & Johnson Credo. It's a very interesting story. This was written down. It's a business philosophy document which was written down by our founder, Robert Wood Johnson, way back in 1943. So this is an 80-year-old document which is still timeless. At the same time, it's still so relevant at time. And what he articulated in that was the values in which we would like to conduct our business across the world. We were largely expanding. And there are 4 paragraphs in our credo. The first paragraph says that we are responsible to the patients and consumers and doctors and nurses whom we serve. The second paragraph, he mentions that we should be responsible to our employees with whom we work. And it's very clearly called out in our credo values that we have to provide that inclusive environment. We need to ensure that they have a sense of fulfillment, security, and purpose in their job. And we should do everything to support their well-being. So this has been like a long story for us. And we've been very fortunate that we had visionary leaders who could document that in the credo long time back. So this is something very near and dear. And I know I can keep on talking about what all we did during COVID. But being in the business, I can tell you, if someone tells me how do you place employee well-being strategy and business strategy, I would possibly put it at the same level, or maybe the employee well-being strategy is slightly higher. Because unless and until you don't have people who are engaged, who are ready to sign up for the kind of work which you ask them to do, it's not going to happen. And at Johnson & Johnson, we have taken very bold ambition. Our global ambition is basically to change the trajectory of human health. And we believe that we can only deliver on that when every single employee is engaged, he is his authentic self when he comes to work, and obviously, he's in the right mindset to go above and beyond. So long answer, but I hope I answered some part of it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarthik. And Ram, I want to continue the conversation on the culture a bit more with you. And if you look at how we can embed a good culture for employee well-being holistically and look at it, in your view, how can we promote a non-judgmental culture within the organization where people can come and talk openly about mental issues, their stress, everything that being misquoted and not fall under the pressure of non-performance, right? When people come and say, I'm not able to do a particular job, he's typically rated a 4 and other things, and we talk about various other aspects of employee exit management rather than looking at what exactly is a core problem. And we get influenced by our biases and judgments and targets largely into it. So what do you think we should do to create a non-judgmental environment in an organization?
Thank you. That's all right. So I think there's a few things. As Ashish was saying, I think leadership can be stressors. But the flip side of that, leadership can be also a role model. So I think it starts at the top of, you starting to appear more vulnerable to your organization, not in a wrong way, but in terms of being open about your own thoughts, how you handle yourself, how those kinds of things happen, and then hopefully it percolates down the leadership, and at every level they are open about the dialogue about themselves and how they are managing themselves. And I think the pandemic was a good example where where a lot of people were very open about what they were feeling and how they were handling it. Different people handled it in many different ways, but they were also being very open about it. I think that's one thing. The second is having listening sessions. One of the things we did was we started cutting through the organization in terms of setting up listening sessions with employees. And not necessarily me doing it or my next level doing it, but we started making it a little more institutionalized, where people could come in into small forums and have an open dialogue, and not necessarily where their managers were present. And what that enabled us to do was to start to see patterns in the organization. What was coming up? Where were people feeling? So I'll give you one example. This whole point about working from home. This big debate has now started about how do you get employees back to work? We as an organization took a decision that we leave it up to the employees to figure it out. If they feel like coming back to office, so be it. We'll make everything available for them to do. But if they don't feel like coming back, and of course our business allows you to work that way because we're in a software space where people can work from home. But we left it to the employees and their immediate manager to figure out a pattern that works for them. So we have about 20% of our organizations who have declared themselves to be remote. And even if they're in the city where we have an office, they have a choice to do that, right? And the rest of the people are what we would call flexible, who say, look, I'll come into the office few days a week, and if it suits me, right? Now that, in a place like Bangalore, and I'm sure many of you are local here, this actually works okay, because getting on the roads is the biggest stressor that you have in the city. And if it doesn't work for certain people, it's okay, right? I mean, they can continue to do productive work by not necessarily getting onto the roads. So we don't want to force people back. And I think that was a result of these listening sessions where we heard people out and they said, look, it works for me because I have my own personal things I'm handling. And sometimes it doesn't work for me to come into office every day. Some people said, look, it's actually okay for us to come because it's a break for us. They like it that way. Some people are very, they can't handle the separation or the lack of separation between home and work. And they said, look, coming into the office allows us to create that break. So we said, fine, you operate the way that it works for you as an individual. And we are not going to presuppose or prejudge whether you are productive, not productive, so, and then the performance management system and all the other things, the measurement process, we moved to outcome-based measurement rather than input metrics. So it doesn't matter that I spend 8 hours at work or I don't come to work at all. What output and outcomes are you being measured on? And that's very transparent. And it lines up at the entire, when we move to objectives and key results, OKRs, if you're familiar with that process, so that it's completely transparent. From our CEO downwards, there's alignment in terms of people can look up the chain or down the chain and say, how are people aligning against my objectives and key results, both vertically and horizontally through the organization. And it's completely transparent. So I can see, and everybody, the last person in the organization can see what the CEO's OKRs are and how theirs lines up against that. So I think these are some measures that we put in place. But I think all of this leads to the question that you asked, which is how do you create a non-judgmental organization where there is transparency, people feel that their individual self can be brought to work, and holistically, they don't have to worry about the fact that, hey, will somebody judge me if I don't show up at work every day, or I don't stay in the office till 8 hours, or I leave, I come in for half a day and I leave. Whatever the right mode of operation is, I think that is fine. And it has worked for us, and I think we'll continue to work that way, and that's the intent. And I think these are measures that start to give employee the comfort that, that they can continue to be who they are and continue to operate the way they want.
Nitin, would you like to add anything to this?
Yeah, I'd like to share a personal example actually. And that example is of my own family. So I'm a dad of two teenage boys, and everything was going okay till the boys reached their teens. Yeah, and so one fine day I said, look, this is to be done. And the question was asked to me, look, why? And I said, look, because I'm your dad and I'm saying so. And trust me, it does not work. And I very quickly realized in a couple of months that, I need to change as a person. And, I started to have more conversations, and I think now I'm a friend to both these boys. So that's how, kids are being brought up today. You're talking to them, you're having dialogues, you're sitting on the dinner table and chatting and those kind of things. So you have a friendly environment, but the moment you reach the office, so, at home they see us, who's a friend, but the moment they reach the office, is that same friendly environment available where they can have a, as Ram was saying, can you have a chat? Can you have a talk? Can you discuss certain issues? And, can you discuss the question why? And the question why is very important, and especially for the younger generation and the Gen Z and all what we talk about. So that's the culture one can create in the organization, where there's a discussion and why. And often we talk about work-life and work-life balance. At least the new generation, for them, work and life, it's for me, or maybe the era I come from, I guess, it was work, and now it's life. I'm having a good time now. But for the younger generation, they need to have meaningful work as well. They need to enjoy their work as well, and they need to contribute. So I think those kind of things are there, and if that culture is there, it reduces stress, increases dialogue, and these kind of things. That's my view.
Good, Nitin. You opened a different topic about the new generation and their expectations and demands. So, Ashish, I'm sure many of us go through this teenage boys or girls, at home, as well as the new generation office. So if you look at for the new generation coming in today, what is relevant for them is a freedom of choice, okay? And they want a freedom of choice of what they do, whom they do for, when to do it, etc., and not like it was 10 years or 20 years before. And I'm also alluding to the point which Ram said earlier, that in any organization you may end up with 3 to 4 generations of people. And we tend to make a policy which is trying to cover everybody. But what we see today, the youngsters, they want to be more of entrepreneurs. They're willing to take the risk, unlike it was one generation before. They're willing to be part of the gig economy, doing multiple jobs. They're very clear on their choices of personal time, what they want to do. They also have their own view on well-being and being conscious about the environment in a very different way. So, Ashish, do you think what we do today would be relevant tomorrow into some extent, and do we need to do something today to meet the tomorrow in a far meaningful way?
Good question, Santosh. Let me share with you that I belong to a company which is again 130-year-old, the group. My own company has startup power is 104-year-old. Now, being in that company, you have people who are actually working on the third generation. I myself has been, actually before this company, I was working in an American company, and I think within 3 days of the day I joined Tata Group, someone come and said, my father was here, his father was also there, and my son, this is his resume. And I looked at him, I said, what the heck is going on here? Something is wrong. But it takes time to understand why that generation was doing what it is. But the biggest challenge we have is that today 70% of our employees, we are a century-old company having employees who are not there even in 30s, majority of them. The biggest challenge we have is, are we understanding them, or we are forcing them something because we feel that has worked for us, and that has worked to survive for 104 years. I'll give you a small example. My HR came and said, this is the car policy. It has worked wonderfully well. We are twitching it across. I asked them a question. Are they looking for a car nowadays? It has changed. We have the best of the car policy, which has become redundant now because most of them don't intend to own a car right now. The next generation has very different ideas about success, work, and a culture. You asked about a culture. I think the biggest challenge we are facing is that we define the culture and we want them to fit into it. we are not understanding what exactly is in their mind. If 70% of your workforce is having a particular mindset, then it is better that we adapt to it rather than they adapting to us, because like you rightly said, they are the future out there. So the challenges which we were facing is this century-old legacy, which has worked very well for us, but how to change it for this particular environment, which is very, very different right now. They have a different parameters for even success. Leave aside anything else. What we say is a generation away. And most of us doesn't behave like fathers. And even as a father, I can confide to you, I have a teenage girl who's studying in US. I am, I may be a CEO, but I failed every day out here. I get 2 out of 10 every day from her. Even my KPIs are very successful in my company. I still feel that I have a chance there. So that is where I stand. I think as an organization, we have to accept the fact that this is a change. What has worked for me is not going to work now on. That's a paramount factor. Permanent factor is whatever has worked for me, which has taken me here, and I believe this is the mode of success, is absolutely not going to work here. I need to adapt towards them. I need to stop wearing a tie and must have to come, and sometimes I do come, to the horror of my wife who says, what is going on here? What is this dress to go to office? I said, hold on, I am going with the very different people. So unless I change myself and that culture in the organization change, it's not going to happen. I have to accept this fact that they are absolutely different than me. They are not just different, they are very different. The other thing which we are facing today is that it's not one culture. We have, you take engineers, I'm a proud engineer out there. Some of them have come from hinterland. They have a very different background from which they are coming. We face challenges there too. How do they react to a metro? How do they react to the girls around them? How do they react to various other things when they reach to metro? So we have a very heterogeneous culture too. India is very complex. It's not like one country, one small European country where we can work and they generally have one culture. We have complexities even within us. Where we come from, what we have done in our life, our family background, the composition of the family, nuclear, all these complexities are there, and then we bring that complexities to our organizations too. Unless I recognize those complexities and then look at that, where do I stand, which are the commonalities, and let me work towards it, I am not going to be successful. Believe me, it's a work in progress for me. Every day, every week, I work on this. I make it as a learning process. What has worked for us in pandemic is not working for us now. It's a fact of life too. So you are very right. The future, in my view, is to absolutely recognize that this is the brand which is coming. I have a responsibility to keep the legacy on. And on certain parameters, if you are very clear to them, ethics, your values, and certain performance levels, and then you give them the space, I think that is very important for them. Their definition of work-life balance is very different. Their definition of space also is very different. And unless I recognize them and work towards it and provide them that environment, I cannot do it. But the biggest challenge is that we think that this has worked, now it will be there for next 5 years. It is not happening. So after every 1 year or every 6 months, we are shifting ourselves to some new ideas. Some of them are working. Some of them are still work in progress. Some of them are failing. And that's a learning process.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish. And Sarthak, taking forward from about the new generation, and you look at them, where they're building relationships today over a social media more than a physical connect, right? You have a highly distributed workforce. You have people who are comfortable working with shorts and t-shirts than the way we dress up and come in these days. Okay, what challenges do you see in ensuring the way you are envisaging and well-being to be adhered to, or well-being to be implemented across, where you don't even end up seeing these employees in office often, right? They're where they are, in a distributed mode. What do you think we can do better in such an environment, an evolving environment where it's a fact of life for us?
Thanks, and again, that's a great question. So I have some commonalities with some of my friends on the panel. I also have a son who's 24-year-old studying in the US, and believe me, it's always difficult to engage, right? Beyond 5 minutes. So I guess a couple of things, to your question. First is, as I said in the beginning, our world has changed drastically in the last 2-3 years. So, and that has also led many of us to look at answering some of the questions which we really don't have answers. And it's more like, I would completely agree with what Ashish is saying, is work in progress. And I think one thing which will keep us all on track would be to continuously listening to our employees, what they want to say, what they want to communicate. And I think it goes back to this whole, someone also spoke on the panel, that you need to create that culture where people feel it's a safe space to speak. Because unless until you don't do that, you will not really hear the voice of the people and especially the younger generation. I think, as we know, they are driven by different motives, right? Their purposes. And thankfully for a healthcare company like Johnson & Johnson, we have a purpose which is very noble about transforming people's lives. So it comes very natural for many of us, and they quickly align that. But I think the way they would deliver would be slightly different, to your point. They would need more flexibility. And I think, as Ashish said, we also continue to review our policies, many policies. And very recently, we also reviewed our dress code in office. And because we were a sort of a little typical company which insisted on formal attire, but now moved to that. I myself come on jeans and t-shirts to office, and I started doing that. So obviously people saw that, okay, he's doing it, why not I? Of course, there are guardrails that it should not be torn jeans and all that stuff. So, but I guess this is just a small example of how you need to change with times. You can't be rigid, and completely agree with what previously my panel said. And especially in a virtual environment where you're not able to see your employees, I think it becomes much more difficult to establish this connect. So I think Sunita mentioned at the start that during the pandemic also, when we all were working virtually, even when you start your meeting, a simple question of how are you feeling today, and it should be very genuine. It should not be just a tick in the box exercise that I did my job as an inclusive leader. You need to really build on that and see and talk about it, and also create that comfort where the employee feels free to open up and discuss. So I would just end there, I would say.
Thank you, Sarthak. I've just been reminded of the time, saying don't ask any more questions. Okay, so I'll honor that and open up to the audience for the next 5 minutes. Any questions to anybody here? Oh yeah, please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Soumya. I head corporate affairs and HR at a public policy think tank called Takshashila Institution. My question is to understand, has the narrative shifted in a way that we're talking about it at the hiring phase and not once a person onboards? Like, are the talent actually questioning that, do you have wellness conversations and what's in it? Because otherwise it's typically driven with compensation, insurance, that kind of incentive-based conversations. One is that. Second is, in the paternity leave context, do we see that people actually avail leaves? Because my own research in the organization indicates that a lot of people feel they don't have a role to play. Especially men think that, okay, most women go to their mother's place, so a lot of that responsibility is held on the other side. So is it moving towards a Finland kind of policy where a woman gets an incentive which is higher if the spouse, that is the men, take the leave? So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Great. Nitin, you want to take it? You're one of the largest workforces in India.
Okay, I will try to answer your question. It's a very sort of a deep question. And so, yes, we have a large workforce. Actually, Quest has a workforce of 500,000 people. So we are one of the largest domestic private sector employers in the country. When you're talking about, first of all, when you're talking about, I just allow me to make one little comment before I try to answer your question. And that is that, India is said to have a demographic dividend. We have the youngest workforce in the world. And this will last till 2050. But the well-being of this workforce, the productivity of this workforce, how happy this workforce is very, very critical. And because, you raised issues about maternity, I'm like, well, I don't know the full macroeconomics of Finland and how does it work there. But since you must be doing this research, and you will see that the participation of women in the workforce in India is at least 10 to 15% behind the Southeast Asian countries. And one of the speakers, Mr. Mahapatra, also said that what kind of policies and processes do you have to bring the women in? He was talking about the, what kind of policies do you have for the menstruation? Do you have leave? Do you have at least work from home? Maternity, what all happens? And also, later on when hormonal changes are happening again, do you treat it just like maternity and a natural process and give that space? So from that perspective, a lot has to be done in India from a women's perspective, and we are really, really, I would say, behind in bringing the women to the workforce. That's one point I want to make. Second, an organization which has a good culture. And I mean, like, some of my colleagues can, also, panel members can also join in. Well, of course, compensation is one thing, but the organization that has a holistic culture, which looks after the well-being and, it's known to look after you, you tend to attract good talent. And that talent stays with you. And if good talent is there and it stays with you, you ultimately end up attracting more and more better people. That's how it's really working. And I'd be happy to, talk about, especially that women part or something if you are, outside the forum. That's how it's really working, and that's my opinion.
Maybe if I can quickly jump in and ask. So first is, we do see some people who come for the interviews and all ask a lot of questions which go beyond compensation. Very recently, one of the person who were hiring asked me that, does your company provide CSR leaves? Because he believes in giving back to community a lot. And we do have that program where we encourage employees to take leaves and do something good for the community collectively or individually. So this is a good trend which I'm seeing, that people are really looking beyond the pay package. And second question about on parental leave policy, I mean, we extend it to both the husband as well as the wife. And we actually encourage both of them to take it. And the trend which I'm seeing in my organization is that more and more men are coming forward and claiming it and posting pictures of how that experience has been. And that's really setting a good trend in the organization that, because in India, in our culture, unfortunately, the roles were sort of, named, right? And during the COVID also, I think everything got changed. So cooking is no longer, I think we heard from the IOC head also that cooking is no longer the domain of women, but men also do it. So this is something which is very good, which is happening, and more and more men are coming forward and taking that leaves.
I'll just, if you allow me, your first question, it's very interesting. I have been personally thinking about it. I realized that our major workforce which comes, which is primarily graduate engineer trainees or diploma engineer trainees, our selection process itself is only on the performance of the studies. We are not actually evaluating them on other factors. It's only at the B school when we go, we look at some EQs and other factors. And since our performance, our selection process is those who have done well on that particular part, it is not right on us then to expect them to be better in other parts too. So what we are trying, and that is our 70% of the workforce. And then we have this struggle that why he's not doing this, where is the cultural difference and things like that, and why the EQ is not meeting with the IQ. I think what we are trying to do is to also give a lot of focus towards the EQ and the aptitude and the attitude part, besides the performance part. But you have to appreciate the fact that we all have grown into this system where in CBSEs or ICSEs, you are just being asked to study, and the performance evaluation is based on those questions of physics, chemistry. It has very little to do with the life. And that's our challenge today. So all have grown onto that. They have succeeded onto it. We also select them on the same basis. Then we expect them to talk about and understand better things than where they have been actually meritorious at that particular time. We are struggling. We might have to do something different out there. We're trying to see EQ, but it's a very relevant challenge which we all have at this stage.
Sure. We've got a question on the back. The lady.
audible there? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, perfect. So this question is to the entire panel. Thank you so much. My name is Nidhi, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Silver Talkies. In fact, the things that you're talking about here today, the well-being, we actually focus on the well-being of older adults. And I think some of the points that you raised, Nitin just spoke about the demographic dividend, right? And I think the other dimension of that is that India is also aging very rapidly, and we would have as many older adults, in fact, outnumbering the kids below 15, right? I think one of the points which I did not hear really being discussed are the employee benefit programs being extended heavily to look at the aging parents also, because caregiving and taking care of elderly parents, specifically now that we have nuclear families and longevity, is one of the key things now. Is that something which is being actively looked at? Because I have been trying to reach out to corporates and trying to put a spotlight on this, and I have been hearing a big no. So I would like to hear from the panel. Thank you.
Ram?
I think I'm not sure the specific question that you're asking in terms of whether it's our benefits that you're referring to, or in terms of other aspects of what we would allow or create that will support a family member, an aging family member. So one of the things I mentioned earlier is we extended the benefits not just to the direct parents of the employee, but also their in-laws, for example. So because our recognition is exactly what you're saying is, we can't presuppose who they're taking care of in their house or who's staying with them, who needs to be covered. Otherwise, you leave out somebody whom you intend to leave out. That's one aspect to it. The other aspect to it is flexibility of work, in the sense of if they have a personal situation that they need to handle, whether they need to take time off or they need to be able to handle it within their work ambit, so that they have flexibility. They don't have to, for example, like I said, we leave it to the employees to decide if they want to come to work, to the office on a regular basis, or they choose to work completely from home, because they may have other aspects to their life that we may not be aware of. So we leave it up to them. So we actually took them, we would see them standing outside the office or standing in the lobby. So we actually started bringing them into the office and having a coffee session with them, where we tell them about the company, not just about the work that we do, we tell them that also, where their children are coming in, and what are the other things that we do, in terms of helping them develop as individuals. The effect of that we found was that the parents started getting a lot more comfortable in reaching out sometimes. And we created an environment where we help the family come into as part of our culture and coming into the organization. And now we do it virtually, right? When on the day we onboard, it's very interesting, because on Zoom, when I do this session for the parents, I see a multi-generational family sitting there and watching this, right? We see the grandparents, the uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, they all join the session, and we have it becomes a very interesting family way of engaging. So anyway, like I said, we are trying some of these things out. How much of that will stick? And I don't know if that specifically answered the question that you asked.
No, I will just add that we have actually realized that appreciating their contribution, especially the family, the parents. Now, in our case, whenever there is a promotion, I personally write a letter or send them a card for their contribution, along with a flower or a chocolate on it. Take my word, that has paid us much more dividend than whatever we do in the office in appreciating them. That's the one part. But I'm also struggling with another part today, which we are trying to do as elder in the organization, to make people understand that Pitaji and Mataji are more important than 5G. That's a big challenge. And we all are also trying to contribute out there.
So if I can just take 1 minute, and Shravani. Two quick comments. This was a fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. It's not every day we get a panel of chief executive officers in front of us, so I do want to make two quick comments only. Nitin, to pick up on your demographic dividend, the point is that everybody here should realize that demographic dividend of India is going to very quickly turn into a demographic disaster unless we take care of the health of the employees and tackle non-communicable diseases and mental illness. So that is one point. I think Nandan Nilekani first said this word, demographic disaster. So I did want to bring that up. The other is, you know, children today, I was struck by this. 10-year-old children, 1 in 3 10-year-old children in India have high BP. Okay? Just think about it. 35%, 10 to 12-year-olds have high blood pressure. So imagine in 10 years they're going to be your employees. You know, and they're going to be sicker than everybody else. So we have a collective responsibility, not just for our employees and our staff, but also for the communities, for the children, because we will suffer, the companies will suffer, the country will suffer. I just wanted to say that. It's shocking that so many of us have high BP.
Thank you. I know there are 3-4 hands. We are short of time. We are here during the break. We can take it. One last question. That gentleman I promised behind. Sorry. He raised his hand first.
There?
Yeah.
Good morning. I am Dr. Divyang Shah, Chief Medical Officer of Larsen & Toubro. Nice to see the CEO talking of the medical, and that gives the perspective. Mostly the board meetings have the agenda of productivity and performance. Lately started the safety performance safety index. What do you think when the employee or organization happiness index or wellness index or health index will be the main agenda of all the board meetings?
Yeah, maybe if I can give it a try. So look, I think wellness, criteria is becoming more and more important. So maybe it may not officially reflect in the minutes of the board, but there are companies which are giving it a very good attention. And many of us, have this very frequent employee surveys where we measure the pulse of the employees, what they want to communicate, how's the engagement scores, and also, I'm sure, all of you will agree, all of us have systems and ways of checking that pulse, which is so very important to continue to deliver the high performance. And
so I think the employee pulse discussion comes in the board meeting. I think it does come sort of on a regular basis, So I would like to at least say that,
Great.
My view, you don't need it as an agenda. I think there is something which an organization has to do if they have to progress. Even if you take the progress without these things which you mentioned, it's not possible to. So it's by far the most important thing which will be reflected in the other parameters which the organization do per se.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for the great participation. Some of the questions were not so easy and direct, but all of you were completely into it from your heart, and really appreciate the time taken and your candid answers. Thank you very much to all of you.
Request Ms. Strabani, Head of Healthy Workplaces Program, Arogya World, to please come on stage and honor the panelists with our small token of gratitude. Please put your hands together for Ms. Strabani on stage.
you, sir.
All right, thank you very much to all our esteemed panelists and for Mr. Santosh for moderating the session so well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short tea coffee break. And yes, you all can network and have your tea coffee. We will reconvene back in 10 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:55 a.m. We'll reconvene back sharp at 12:05 p.m. Thank you and have a good time.
Try. Nalini, could you please come here at the console? Console on the right side of yours. Okay. We would be projecting your presentation.
Okay, so I won't be able to see the slides. I have to see them on my own computer. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a great 15 minutes break for tea, coffee, and networking. And I'm super excited to get back to the packed agenda of today's wonderful program, Healthy Workplaces, Conference and Awards 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you all back to the floor? And we're all set to start our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, giving you an invitation call. Can we all gather back inside the hall, please? Thank you. Yes. Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody out there at the tea coffee counter, can I request you to please gather back inside the hall? I am super excited to look forward to the next agenda of our Healthy Workplace Conference. So can I have you all back inside the hall, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, a last call to the people still at the coffee tea counter. We are now starting the next agenda of our today's program. So request you all, ladies and gentlemen, in the last rows to please settle down. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you could catch up with your favorite speakers and engaged in some very interesting networking conversations, as much as you could in that short break. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Wolf Christen, co-founder and co-director, Global Center for Healthy Workplaces, to provide his expert insights on the topic, building an ecosystem around holistic well-being. Mr. Christen hosts the Global Healthy Workplace Awards each year and certifies enterprises as healthy workplaces. A few words about Mr. Wolf Christen. He is a social entrepreneur and founder of international health consulting based in Hamburg, Germany, and Tucson, Arizona. His consulting portfolio is truly global. With this, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for Mr. Wolf Christen, who is joining us online through a Zoom call. He's not here amongst us, but he's here with us virtually. A very warm welcome, Mr. Wolf Christen. Nice to have you here.
Oh, do you want to be? Okay. I can't see or hear anybody, but can you hear me now? It's good? All right. Okay. So welcome, everybody, if you can see me. It is an honor to present tonight to Bangalore. I wish I could be there. I'm in Tucson, Arizona. It's still Thursday here, Thursday night. And yeah, again, I wish I was going to be there to meet with you and have some discussions. So hopefully next year, come to India as travel again is becoming easier. So dear dignitaries and conference delegates, organizers, and colleagues and friends, like to talk today a little bit about holistic well-being and how important it is really on a global scale to achieve positive health outcomes and reduce non-communicable disease. So let me start first by saying a big thank you to Arogya World, not just for inviting me tonight, but Arogya has been a great partner over the years to the Global Center for Healthy Workplaces and have really invited some of your award winners to our global program. And I'm sure some of you are in the audience. So thank you so much for that. And I hope we can continue our fruitful relationship, partnership for the future. So let me start and give you a little bit of an overview, what's kind of going on globally. And I know quite a few of you actually work globally too, so this will not be new to you. So first of all, we're still dealing with work-related diseases and injuries. It sometimes gets lost these days, but it's responsible for a large number of deaths, as you can see by this number from the ILO and WHO. However, the last few years have really brought other issues to the forefront. They've been around for a long time, but especially mental health or mental illness, if you will, has become a huge issue during COVID, especially. And this is really causing a problem for employees, of course, because they have the illness, but of course also to employers. Having employers productive and the cost relation is a really major problem to on the employer side. So the quality of working environment is key. It's very important for worker well-being in terms of sickness, job satisfaction. And I think only 21% of employees are truly engaged in their work. Not even a quarter of employees, just imagine. So hopefully those numbers are higher within your companies, but that's kind of an overall global number as we have there. And then there have been a few studies out there. I've been involved in some. This latest one is from Aon, that companies were asked, globally, are you offering any well-being initiative? So 87% seems like a pretty large number, but if you ask about a strategy, the number goes down to 55. So hopefully you can see these slides. Slide 3, please. Sorry, slide 3, I was supposed to say. So slide 3 shows you, this is from the data from the United States, and it's really interesting, I think, because it just drives home the point that I'm trying to make. The national study, companies were asked, you see the different sizes here, number of employees, do you offer any type of health promotion program, or if you will, any type of wellness program? And the number was about half, a little less than half, 46%. The larger companies have higher numbers, the smaller one, lower numbers. That's pretty clear. Slide 4. If they were asked, well, do you offer a comprehensive health promotion program? And I don't know if you can see the fine print here, but comprehensive was defined by, very quickly, health education, links related to employer services, supportive physical and social environment for health improvement, integration of health promotion into the organizational culture, and employee screenings with adequate treatment and follow-up. That was their definition. The point I'm trying to make is that the number really quickly goes down. Only about 12% now say they are offering a comprehensive health promotion program. So that's really, I think, our challenge. I would, almost willing to bet that that number is maybe even lower, but that similar trend you can see in other countries. That any kind of program, numbers are higher than comprehensive programs. So that's our challenge that we're faced with. Slide 5, please. I think you all will be familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. My point here is that there's a number of drivers now existing which are kind of pushing companies or suggesting the employers to invest in the health of their employees. So this is a very overarching global grand goals from the UN, and it's you can see there's a number of areas here which directly actually relate to health or workplace health. And number 3 and number 8 are the most obvious ones, but some of the others as well. That's one driver. Slide 6, please. The World Health Organization, you probably will have seen this if you follow WHO and the mental health at work. It recently came out with these guidelines, mental health at work. So the World Health Organization, just like the Healthy Workplace Framework, which I will briefly introduce to you in a few minutes, they continue to bring out solid evidence and good guidance, technical reports on mental health, not only mental health, but health at work. So that's another one which I would follow in this field. Slide 7. This one is a really interesting one, and I hope you can see some of these company names on the right. So this came out. This is a publication from an investor. It's an investment fund, like a pension fund, and they actually made the effort to analyze companies on their mental health programs. It's kind of like a mental health benchmark. And I won't go into the details of the criteria, but I highly recommend you taking a look at this. The fact that this is being published and the company names are being published in different tiers, I think is very interesting, because it's almost like, you know, quote unquote shaming companies if they're not doing that well. But although I think those companies, all of those that participate in this, probably are a little further ahead than the, you know, thousands and millions of ones which don't. But these are mostly big ones, as you can see here, and it's really interesting. I think that investors are now taking a close look, and in this case, mental health, but I think health as a whole, kind of under the ESG umbrella. So that's another big driver we are all facing. Slide 8, please. This I just recently came across. I thought it was really interesting. You may know, I don't know how popular or how known Indeed is in India. Maybe it's a job site. It's very big in the US. I know it's global, but I don't know how big it is in India. But it's a job site where you can, you know, send your resume, or as an employer offer jobs. They now have a work happiness score. They're changing it to workplace work well-being index. They score companies based on survey data of employees on these factors. So like achievement, flexibility, learning, support, inclusion, purpose, and so on. Very interesting, I think. Well, this is public data. Job applicants, job seekers see this. Of course, you won't have every company represented there, and they may not all have this data, but quite a few, and it's growing, so that they can decide, well, am I really going to seek a job at a company which has a very low work well-being score? Yeah, maybe not. So I think that's another big driver which is growing, and with a company like Indeed doing this. Let's go to the next slide, slide 9 that we're on now. The good news is that we have quite a bit of data in terms of the effectiveness of workplace well-being, workplace wellness. A lot of that research comes out of the United States, but not only. There's other good research as well, which shows the effectiveness. And then the question is, well, what kind of program delivers those results? And it gets a little bit more differentiated or nuanced. You can't just say any program will prove or show financial impact. It doesn't. It really depends on what you do, how long you do it. So, but there have been quite a few studies on working on those, or concluding, finding those factors which produce those results that you want. This graph here, I just wanted to explain it so you understand it. There's a study, it's a correlational study, I should mention. They looked at the stock market index over, I can't even see here, but probably like 10, 15 years, the S&P 500 in the United States, and then they tracked the stock market performance of companies who have won, not our global award, but a US-based health achievement award. So they had programs which were pretty mature in health, and it's blue line. So they outperformed the markets by quite a bit, which was, you know, again, the question is what comes first, the company with a successful business setup or the employee health, but it doesn't really matter. But there is a correlation. I think that's the key. That's what you need to remember on this one. There's a few studies actually on this correlation. Very interesting. Let's go to slide 10. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about our work and what we do with regard to comprehensive well-being. So the Global Center for Healthy Workplaces has been running a global awards program for 10 years. It's really the only truly global award. It's directly aligned with the World Health Organization Healthy Workplace model, which was developed about 10 years ago. And I was part of the expanded expert group, and I was very fortunate, and then just try to find a way to make this more known across the globe. And that's when we started the program, the awards program, so it would get out there and companies actually apply and directly align. And some of you know the process very well. I won't go into the details, but I think we're around 350, 360 applications from really all over the world, 60 plus countries, Asia, Africa. We just had our first African winner, but I'll talk about it in a second. South America, Europe, North America. So it's truly global. It's always exciting to see those companies apply from all over the world. So we have some great data, good practice data from these companies and countries. Let's go to slide 11. So this is the model. Hopefully most of you, or maybe all of you, have seen it, and I won't go into too much detail, but I just wanted to point out a few things because it's important, I think. You can tell right away it's fairly easy to read, I think, but it's still complex if you look at the area. So you have your physical work environment, a lot of the health and safety goes into that. Psychosocial work environment, how is your work organized, how relationship with colleagues, leaders, leadership behaviors, workplace culture, huge. Then on the right side, your personal health, your resources, some of your more traditional wellness programs, your health screenings, those reducing health risks, those kind of things. And then, what role does the enterprise play in the community with regard to health? Do they offer programs to well, first of all, maybe families, dependents, and then to the expanded community, screenings or educational activities, those kinds of things. And I know a number of Indian companies are really good at that, and that came through the application. So that's great. That's a really big plus. And then in the center, or the outside center, I would say, where they have the blue boxes, that's a continuous improvement cycle. You will recognize that. So it's really important. I think we all know that. To assess, to measure, and to follow up and adjust your program. And that's sometimes still, I think, an area of improvement in terms of actually showing trends, outcomes, indicators. What have you achieved? How do you know you were successful? You may have offered all these programs, a long list. Are they successful? Do you know if they're successful? Are they improving the health of the employees? Are they improving the health of those employees which are hard to get to, which are hard to reach? Because sometimes you only reach the healthy ones anyway. That's a big challenge, as you will know. And then, of course, in the center of the ethics, it's really always really important. It goes back to ethics and values. And around that, you need to get very important. Need to get your leadership involved, get them engaged, have them support it visibly. And then, of course, your employees. You need them involved, not just as a quote-unquote subjects or filling out surveys. They need to be involved in the program development as well. So that's really key, very important. So here you see some of our winners. There's a whole lot more companies who actually participate, as I said, and we have finalists as well. We only have one winner, so it's always tough. As you can see here from India, Indian Oil and Hero MotoCorp, and so great job. Unilever, Dr. Rajgopal played a huge role with that, as well as being the corporate medical director. So there's definitely, and there's a few more. We just had Godrej Industries this year with a really excellent application, very very close finalists. So that I'm really again thankful for the participation, and every year those applications are very solid, very very strong. And as you can see, even with the winners, they're from all over the place. Some of the multinationals you will recognize right away. They're just brand names. And then if you go to the smaller enterprises you may have never heard of, also really interesting. And this year, the African HRC, the Health Research Center, Population and Health Research Center in Kenya, they won the award. So really happy that we had, finally enough from another continent, and this being Africa, winning the award for medium size. They were about 200 people, I think. So that was a good one too. And then let's go to slide 13. Just as a summary, and this is my last slide. These are, it's never easy to summarize it, right? There's so many good elements in there, and they're all a little bit different based on the culture and the industry, the country. They're never the same, and they shouldn't be, that's for sure. But there are some common elements which come through, and they're definitely a reflection of the healthy workplace model. But in this case, just a couple of pointers here. So well-being or wellness becomes a business strategy, right? It's part of the business strategy. It's in the business process. You have KPIs, you have leadership strategizing around it. It's really like any other business area. And that's not always easy to achieve. I know that, especially at the beginning. So as I said, leadership support is so crucial to have that. But at the same time, you need to involve your line managers, right? So they really kind of communicate the program. in terms of providing access to programs, allowing employees to join certain things. Their behavior as managers itself or themselves is really important. That can create major health issues, negative or positive, right? So line managers sometimes are underestimated, I think. So they need to be involved and trained as well in the relevant areas. So workers actively be involved. I mentioned that a few times. There's a number of ways to do that. Some companies have ambassador programs, meaning involving workers as kind of conduits or communication partners. I think that's bringing the programs to the rest of the company. I think purpose has become a huge issue. I'm sure it's also in India that employees look for a purpose in their work as well. They ask more questions rather than just a job and nice money. It's really about what you do. I think that's, especially the younger generations are looking for that. Inclusiveness has become a huge one. Of course, around that, of course, diversity and equity. So that's and linking those with well-being. So it's not a separate department and we're doing all these nice things, but it is part of well-being. I think you all agree with that. So it's really important to do that, to link them and integrate them. Just some few pointers here, like straightforward ones, like having health and well-being in your annual reports, that it's listed there. What are you doing? What have you achieved? I think we see more and more companies now presenting that, having that in their annual report, not just numbers, not just business. The issue of healthy workspaces is really growing. So it's not just that the workspace doesn't hurt you, but it's actually promoting your health, green spaces or the lighting, the air circulation and all those things. I think there's a lot of interesting research coming out as well. Then finally, very important, psychosocial risk assessment. So that's around the psychosocial work environment, not just physical risk assessment, but psychosocial risk assessment. I could talk a long time about that. I think it's really important. And then, as I said earlier, really tracking health and work-related indicators. So, and that's just one example, mental health, because it's so at the forefront right now, but others as well. That's really key, that you know what you're achieving, where are you at, and how can you improve. So that was really a quick run through. I know I'm at the end of my time, so I think I'll leave it at that, and I'll just have the next slide is my contact info, and I'll be glad to follow up or provide you some references. I know I don't think I referenced everything here, so let me know. I'll be glad to. I'll pass it on to Arogya World as well. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference, a productive day. I'm sure you will, and enjoy Bangalore. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for sharing some outstanding global perspectives around well-being practices. I am sure our audience has had very meaningful takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give a really huge round of applause for Mr. Wolf, who's not here, but still made it to be part of our wonderful event online. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to invite our next keynote speaker, Ms. Swati Saxena, India Head, Arogya World. So, Ms. Swati. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ms. Swati is Arogya World's India Head. She leads Arogya World's efforts to grow and expand in India. She has a diverse experience of 19 years across the social sector, education, media, and entrepreneurship. So now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause to invite Ms. Swati on stage. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. As I was sitting in the audience today, it was really heartwarming for me to have all these incredible leaders come here and talk about wellness, both physical and mental. And I think that's probably the only silver lining, very faint silver lining that has happened because of COVID, that health has suddenly become front and center to all our conversations. And what was really interesting to note was that the leaders were talking about wellness not just at an individual level, but also for their employees, for the organization, and also for the larger community. And as I stand in this forum, and we have business leaders here, HR leaders here, I want to just spotlight a gap that we work, where we work and we notice it, that Arogya World, you are aware of Arogya World's work in the healthy workplace space, right? But Arogya World does a lot more than that. We are a non-profit in India, and we do a lot of work in non-communicable diseases in the community setting. And one of the challenges there when we work in non-communicable diseases is that it is historically a highly underfunded sector. And the reasons are many, primarily because India has been struggling with maternal and child health for such a long time that a lot of priority goes there. And which is very positive. It's a very important area to work in, and we see trends are reversing. We are doing better. We are getting near the SDG goals. There's still a lot more to be done. But I would say a fallout of that is that NCDs has really become deprioritized. It doesn't have the resources, and increasingly in the last few decades, the trends are that there are more death and disability happening due to non-communicable diseases in India and globally than any other reason, including infectious diseases, including maternal and child health. And so my appeal on this platform, you're all leaders, is that when you look at corporate social responsibility, please do look at non-communicable diseases. It's a highly important area, especially when you look at the underserved population. So there are 77 million Indians with diabetes, double the number living with hypertension today. And if you look at the impact it has, not just on the health, but the financial well-being of a poor family, if a person in a poor family gets diabetes, 25% of that family's financial resources are invested to address that, and there is a danger, very, very real danger of that family going beyond the poverty line. So that's one area that we really need to focus on. And the second thing I want to say is that within that, when we look at community and we look at non-communicable diseases, we need to look at prevention. We are a 1.3 billion population. We don't have the resources, the health infrastructure to treat. We have to work on prevention. And that's, again, an area which is getting there. There is more focus on it, but it needs to have a lot more ecosystem support. And that's my appeal to everyone sitting here. And that brings me to my next point, that Arogya World does a lot of work on non-communicable diseases in the prevention space, and that makes us a very good corporate social responsibility partner as well. You are aware of our model. We work on prevention. We work on NCDs. Can you go? Yeah. And we have reached more than 9 million people. We work in urban and rural India. We've got multiple programs. And our idea is that how do you make prevention accessible to people? So we take it to where people live, in the communities, where they learn in schools, and where they work in the workplaces. So that's where our Healthy Workplace program that you're aware of fits in. And can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. I want to just, I know we have very little time, but I did want to talk about two programs of ours, which are especially a very good fit for corporate social responsibility. The first is a program called M-Diabetes. It addresses a critical gap of lack of access to information. So diabetes or hypertension and non-communicable diseases in general. Medicine is one part of it, but a lot of it has to do with lifestyle management, which is very, very difficult. We have all heard all the speakers talk about it. We know we need to do it, and it becomes difficult. But if you don't even, you're not aware, then it becomes even more challenging. So we work on, we send messages. We use mobile phones and mobile technology to send content on prevention, on lifestyle management of people so that they can avoid getting diabetes, or they can delay the onset of diabetes. So that's our M-Diabetes program. It's available in 12 languages. We have successfully tested it. It's proven its impact, and it's a highly cost-effective program. And it really addresses a very critical gap in the existing health ecosystem of the country. The second program is our schools program. And again, we mentioned the demographic dividend. Nalini talked about the demographic disaster. This program is linked to that. Adolescents are the right time to intervene, because at that stage, if you can build the right habits of healthy eating, healthy living, diet, nutrition, exercise, awareness about diabetes, you are really enabling that child to grow up and delay the onset of diabetes, if not prevent it altogether. And that's, again, a challenge for India. Diabetes onset is in the 30s in India, unlike in the Western world, where it sets in at least a decade later. So these are two of our programs. This year, we're very, very proud to say that we got the WHO UN award at the global level for our, thank you, for our NCD prevention. at the primary healthcare level for focusing on prevention. So it's a huge global validation by experts of the model that Arogya World has for preventing NCDs. Okay, next one. And well, we have fantastic partners. You are some of our amazing partners here in terms of CSR also. We have Wipro as a partner. We have Johnson & Johnson, Infosys as a partner, Merck as a partner. We have Stanford's Care Center as a partner. They do a lot of our impact evaluation work. For us, when we work in the community, we know resources are scarce. We know the problem is large. So we are very mindful of where each rupee is going and what is the return on investment, what is the impact that we are creating in the communities that we serve. And so what I want to say finally is that you are aware of the work that we do in the healthy workplace space. We can be very good, excellent partners for your corporate social responsibility work as well. I am in the room. I would love to just have a conversation. We can explore, if there are possible synergies and how we can take it ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Swati, for your wonderful words, and especially all the initiatives that you and the entire team of Arogya World takes towards the social causes. Thank you very much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, moving towards our next agenda, the next one is an advisory debate, again, by our esteemed panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, given the rapidly shifting workplace culture, we bring to you a fiery debate on the topic of framework for future, guiding principles for sustaining a healthy workplace culture and return to work. So let's hear the expert views. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call upon Ms. Srabani Banerjee, who is our advisor and head of strategy and growth for Healthy Workplace program at Arogya World, who will be also moderating this session. So please put your hands together and give it a huge round of applause for Ms. Srabani. But before I start the session, I feel the energy is getting a little lower. This is an amazingly beautiful program. So audience, I am looking at everybody, my eyes onto you. Before I invite my panelists, can I have a huge round of applause with all your energy up in here? Lovely. Let's try again. How many Bengaluru people are here? The localites from Namma Bengaluru. Okay. Onchur jorada chappale barbauda. Once again, a huge round of applause. Okay, lovely. That's the energy. Amazing. Thank you. Now's the time to invite our esteemed panelists for the advisory debate. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ashish Vijay Jain. But before that, a few words about him. He's the head of Employee Health and Wellbeing Asia, EMEA, Russia, and CIS. He's also the global business lead for Pharma Commercial and Supply Chain Business Unit. Give him a huge round of applause, audience. Our next speaker, Dr. Shabnam Singh, who is a board member of Healthcare Sector Skill Council, NSDC, founder member of Max Healthcare Institute Limited, is an alumnus of Lady Hardinge Medical College and has 4 decades of rich experience in healthcare sector. Huge round of applause for our veteran in healthcare. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Sangeeta Chandran. She's the global head of TCS Cares, the mental health and well-being program at Tata Consultancy Services. She's a certified integrative therapy counselor and founder of Dandelion's Talk, an initiative to promote mental and emotional health awareness programs. Put your hands together for Ms. Sangeeta. And our last speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Sandeep Sharma, General Manager, Corporate HSC, Medical Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Dr. Sandeep Sharma, MBBS, is Senior Health Professional, General Surgeon, with over 31 years of rich experience in occupational health and safety management system. Can you give a huge round of applause for our last speaker, Dr. Sandeep? Over to you, Ms. Srabani.
Okay. So it's been a very, very inspiring and enlightening day with so many conversations We've heard the CEO's perspective. We've heard an external global research from Wolf. And we also heard Sunita and, at an organization, large organization, what the great practices happening on the employee wellness front. So I feel really, lucky to be sitting here in the hot seat with amid such a esteemed panel sitting here. So what we are going to do in this session is we're going to speak about challenges, right? We heard about the 30,000 feet view from CEOs, but there are organizations facing huge challenges, and that's what we're going to focus on. And I'm going to ask those burning questions on your behalf, okay? Strike some fiery debate out here and listen to all different perspectives. We'll also park a good amount of time for questions for the audience. So be ready with all your questions, okay? So we'll quickly get into the Q&A part. So I'll just begin with, asking you, Shabnam, okay? So you've been part of the CII Council, part of policy making. And honestly, organizations have gone through a huge turbulence over the last couple of years, right? So it all, before they could get over with the, havocs of demonetization, there came another demon in terms of the pandemic. And we all fought, we all came out strong, and there was another geopolitical crisis, and there's a war, and huge pink slips floating around right now, and there is an impending recession. So a lot of challenges and uncertainties existing in the market today. So in that context, what do organizations prioritize? Like, is health, well-being, creating a culture of employees, centricity? How does it really become important?
Right. At the outset, I'd like to thank Arogya World for having invited me here to this wonderful city. A little chaotic and representative of Delhi's traffic, since I've been crisscrossing, but a joy nonetheless. To address your question and to put some context and perspective on it, we have a tendency as human beings to live in denial and forget the past, which is not a bad thing. We always told live in the present, which is a good thing. But the past always has shown that there will be, at different points, a catalysmic moment which will make you stop in your tracks and evaluate where you are, what you are, and where you're going. And if you look at exactly the moments that you have mentioned, these are all equivalent to those catalysmic moments, right? And these catalysmic moments have effectively turned the lens inwards for every individual. And I'm using my words very carefully. It's an inward looking at each individual on this planet. We are today 8 billion people. The size of the earth has not changed one iota. It's just become feverish, right? And it's become feverish to the extent that it questions whether humanity can survive exactly the way we have been conducting ourselves all these years. So this is as applicable to each individual as to every one company, right? And when you look at companies and you look at the stakeholders, you have to look at it from a perspective of who is the stakeholder? Am I the most important stakeholder, or the stakeholder includes everybody in my ecosystem, or does it mean it is entirely the planet which is my stakeholder also? These are very, very hard questions that you need to ask yourself for companies. The very fact that a vaccine cannot have more than say this vaccine is built 100% in a country from inception to delivery. It's impossible. So the interconnectiveness for every company is totally embedded. So never at one moment can an individual feel that I am disconnected from the rest of the world. And exactly for the same pieces that you said. So when you're looking inward, I heard the panels earlier and this rising scepter of mental health and how you're looking at different generations. The focus today for every company is your employee base here and now. So you are looking at a predominant population of Gen Z and trying to adapt. But please do not forget that by 2050, as mentioned, there will be an equal population of Gen Z people as well as people above the age of 60 and 80. They are going to be on parallel tracks, which again begs the question. Human beings were not supposed to live that long. To Nalini's point, the number of hypertensives, the number of diabetics. India is known as the diabetic capital, and why not? We are the most populous country in the world, right? So given all these perspectives, each one of us, in our employee mode, or whether you are in your home mode, has to question yourself, am I responsible for my health, or is the company responsible, or is my family responsible, or is the ecosystem responsible? And then you will start scratching the surface and understanding exactly who is responsible. And when you understand who is responsible, then comes the accountability factor and what you have to do with it. When you have to see what you have to do with it, you can't do it alone. It will be intersections. And I'll stop there because I can go on and on, as I told Dr. Jain, forever. But I just wanted to put a context to what it means.
Yeah, I think very, very valid point. And coming to the whole, I think since morning we are hearing about the generation and the youngsters and the impending issues that we are facing. And like all Nitin spoke, like Sarthak spoke, I also have a daughter and who's a teenager, and she's in US, and no matter how much you tell them about healthy eating, they will always end up eating junk. And of course, you can keep consulting with the largest organizations and CEOs, but at home, nobody hears you, right? So my daughter actually, this time last winters when she went to US and she felt seriously sick. And this time when she went back home, she carried, nobody will believe, a bottle of Chabanprash and haldi with her, right? And I couldn't believe that it is my daughter. So to my question to you, Sangeeta, to build resilience, we have this whole young generation in the organization. So what is the role they can play in building those mindset, the skills, the traits, and helping them become resilient for the future?
Shrabani, thank you for that question. And Shrabani knows this is right now the most important thing which is sort of dominating the conversation around well-being at TCS. Because when we started thinking about post-pandemic and how the world is evolving, and return to work and all those things, and we saw that the biggest issue that seems to be happening around everyone is that the uncertainties, the constant change, and people's ability to adapt to those changes, to accept changes, seems to be one of the burning things that is happening. And when we look at it, we find that being resilient seems to be the way in which many of us, many of the people here in the room, and maybe some Gen Z and millennials also here, will understand that there was a way in which we were brought up naturally when we were younger, and we probably have done a disservice to the younger generation because we brought them up like little delicate flowers, and we believed that the world that we inherited, which was a wonderful world, which was secure, which didn't seem to have so much of turmoil, is the same world that we are passing on to our children. But that isn't so. So we are giving them a world which is completely in turmoil, and we are giving them no ability to deal with it. So it almost seems, and we find that, at the workplace, we're getting people, young people who are coming into the workplace who are, who are like children. They're not fully adult yet. And it is to all of us in the working environment, I don't know how many of you agree with me on that, that it's almost as if we need to train them to become adults to face the hard conversations that you have a boss, you have a responsibility, you have goals which you have to deliver on. And so therefore we felt that resilience is something which we probably now have to teach these young people. And it is not their fault because they haven't really experienced it, right? They were brought up in schools where they were told that there is no first and second. So there was no competition. So, you know, the older generation, we can keep talking about this all the time, but that is where we are. And for that reason, this conversation around resilience from a well-being perspective is really important because, you know, if we can teach them how to adapt, if we can teach them how to collaborate, if we can give them small lessons on, you know, the lessons that they didn't learn to build that muscle, you know, it is something that they're going to have to learn. So I think as one of the things that we talk about where well-being is concerned, definitely this is something which we all should look at in terms of helping people very consciously build resilience. Also from an organization perspective, you know, during the pandemic, we took care of our people. That was a need of that hour. But now as people are coming back into the workplace, you know, the skills, the traits that they need seem to be different. And as organizations, how do we respond to that? Because if we keep saying that well-being is only about helping, only about nurturing, and you know, the softer elements of it, as you know, well-being might not be something at an organizational level, it might not seem as relevant. So to be relevant to the organization, well-being goals need to align with the organization, and therefore this is the reason why we're talking about resilience, right? So Shrabani, that's really the most important thing, I think, from the alignment with organizational goals, from the need of what people really need right now. This is one thing. And before I end, I also want to talk about, you know, something that, you know, Dr. Shabnam said and something that Nalini said about, you know, the next generation, that, you know, we need to make sure that we might not have taught this generation, but we definitely have to teach the next generation. So teaching parents, going into schools, parent groups, wherever we can to bring forth this consciousness that let's make sure that the next generation is really, really strong from every aspect, including the ability to deal with life's challenges and their mental health.
So Dr. Jain, my question to you is, yes, it is a challenge, and at GSK you've been like playing a very important global well-being role, and I'm sure you're running a lot of initiatives, right? So you want to share some specific examples of how are you addressing this challenge, and you know, some stories and anecdotes that will be very interesting and a good learning for the audience out here.
Definitely. And I think at the outset, let me first congratulate Arogya on winning the WHO award. It's a big deed and hearty congratulations. Thanks for actually calling the entire panel out. It's eminent experts. I think when we think from GSK, a global pharmaceutical company represented in more than 100 countries, it's not easy to have one fits-all approach. I think for us, the focus is global. So global in thinking, local in implementation. And I think with that, we have had an inherent set of challenges of how we can operate and implement good health and well-being programs all across the world. Now for us at GSK, health and well-being is directly into the mission statement. For us, our statement says, do more, feel better, live longer. So as a healthcare company, if we want to deliver something externally, we first need to have our employees completely into it, and we are able to look at our employees. So for us, it's employees who actually drive the agenda. The customer focus through our internal employees makes the difference. Like most of the organizations, GSK definitely focuses on the legislative importance of health. Occupational health was there. But around 2010, GSK realized that mental health is going to be the new frontier. Resilience is going to be the key. And for us, resilience will not mean only on a certain dimension. Wolf spoke about the WHO framework, and GSK has been doing that right from more than, I think, 10 years back. So when we talk about well-being, what lies in the center is purpose. If we can have an individual thinking of why we are doing this, what does it mean to him, his family, or to their loved ones, that's where it all begins. In order to drive it, we would embody all the components, physical well-being, mental, emotional, spiritual, and bring the enterprise and the community part into it. Now, what began for GSK as a focus on energy and resilience, and I think it has been quite a fantastic journey for around 8 years. We have built up more than 100,000 people who have gone through it. As we went ahead, employees said to us, well, we are a healthcare company. We manufacture one of the best vaccines all across the world. And one of the bigger challenges which came across from the employees is, we have a healthcare scheme, and every company has a healthcare scheme, which is the medical insurance. We also have something which is the government insurance. But between both of them, there is a big thing which is not covered. So there are therapies, there are immunizations, there are vaccinations, there are preventive services which are not covered. So GSK said, well, that's a genuine issue. And we embarked on a program which is called as Partnership for Prevention. In this program, we are providing anything and everything which is not covered by medical insurance or not covered by the government health. And believe it, it's a massive deal when we do it for the entire 100+ countries. This program has touched the life of more than 200,000 people all across. The USP of this program is it covers not only the employees, the dependents, the childrens, but it also covers the parents. I think someone in the audience asked just time before that, what are we doing for our older adults or our parents? So in GSK, we definitely believe that when you think of health and well-being, when the employee is out there, he or she needs to be free from all of the things which might be bothering them. So even before COVID, GSK then adopted an approach which was, how do we kind of look at the Gen Z? Now Gen Z wants health at their hands. And I think for most of us, the apps, the entire mobile ecosystem has become important. So we are already gone into the digital health part, 17, 18, and now it's implemented all across. People have choices on their hands of what they want to do. I think saying so, it's not easy because there's a huge amount of expectation and feedback and the interface, how it needs to connect. Moving forward, I think just before COVID hit, we realized that flexibility is going to be very important, and now Gen Zs really want their own choices of how they are going to perform. So we invested in something which is called as performance with choice, where an employee discusses and agrees with his manager how they are going to perform. Do they really need to be at the workplace? Do they need to do things? Can they flex their timings? We don't have now something which is a swipe culture. So in most of our commercial offices, you don't need to kind of match your timings. It's quite independent. And when we finally went into the COVID, well, GSK produced a drug called Crocin, and I don't need to kind of emphasize how important Crocin was during the entire COVID part. So I have one of my colleagues, Dr. Amit Rana, who's sitting out here, and this site, the manufacturing site at Nashik, worked endlessly to produce the Crocin. I think in addition to Subo, these were the two brands which actually played a big role in how the COVID pandemic was done. So for us, I think what's really important is, how do you kind of keep on thinking? Well-being is a journey. Well-being is a destination where the culture can be built. And in order to build the culture, we need to begin from within. It's the employees who make the difference. As Dr. Shabnam said, the accountability lies with each of us. We are responsible for our own health. The organizations can build the ecosystem, but what we need to always ensure is, how do we bring the passion in? That will ultimately lead to utilization. A good question was, how do we improve utilization? I think it can only improve once people start understanding that it's a part of your purpose. It's why you do it, it's why you exist, and how you can take it forward.
I think very, very valid points, and Dr. Jain, and I really believe that, this whole performance and the outcomes discussion that you've done, you've created, that is, I think, the future, because we end up just counting the number of hours employees spend in office, and we are too much focused on inputs, but the outcome related discussions, that goes a long way, and we are creating a future-ready organization. Okay, so my question to you, Dr. Sandeep, I think IOCL has been a platinum organization. They've been a global healthy organization. and they have more than lakhs of employees spread across the country in the remotest of locations, right? So one is, how have you been able to institutionalize this as a culture in such a huge organization where you're providing essential services, especially post-COVID when employees are, expected to come back to work? How are you able to manage this complexity in such a large organization and doing it so successfully?
Thank you, Sharvini. First of all, let me thank Nalini Madam for inviting me as a speaker in this debate, and the whole Arogya team for judging us as the Platinum awardee. And yes, last year we won the Global Healthy Workplace Award also. Now, how we have managed that, that is a story. Because we are a government organization, and you all know how government organizations work. In private organization, it is easy to get all the things approved in a minute or in a small time. But in government organization, it is a process in which you have to get the things approved, what you want for your employees, what you want for the organization. But when I saw the whole structure of the Global Healthy Workplace Award and the Arogya Platinum Award, and earlier we were the winners of the Arogya this Gold Award also, that was in 2016. So what we thought, all these things, they are already imbibed in our culture. Like what WHO Healthy Workplace Model is. At the core of the WHO Healthy Workplace Model is your leadership commitment. Our leadership commitment is definitely there. Our workers' involvement, that is also there. We are doing all the physical things to mitigate physical hazards. All the psychosocial hazards, how to mitigate, those things are also very much there. How we are controlling the hazards at our workplaces, that is very much existing. And beyond that, how our installations, if they are causing some hazardous, like we are a oil and gas industry, definitely our products, our crude, everything is hazardous. And it is definitely, it might be causing some difficulties or some health hazards to the surrounding population. But everything is within control because of the statutory norms which we are following. But we are doing the corporate social responsibility. We are taking care of the societies which are nearby our installation, and we are taking care of them also. So everything was in place. Our this word resilience is in our culture. So we are a resilient organization. So maybe we are more than 7 lakh stakeholders. Stakeholders include from our employees to our contractual workers, our TT crew, our LPG delivery boys. As our director HR in morning, he has mentioned that we have provided energy to every kitchen despite COVID. So we have taken care of all these stakeholders. So when I started preparing for my presentation or for my application for this Global Healthy Workplace Award and for the Platinum Award, everything was there, very much there in the organization. My only job was to package the whole thing and present it to the judges and present it to the Arogya world and to the Global Healthy Workplace. So it is, I had no difficulty in starting a new thing or everything was very much there. So even we are a government organization, we have all the things in place, and we are a resilient organization. Our organization, it takes care of employees, it takes care of the society, it takes care of all the stakeholders, their families, and if for employees, they take care of them from cradle to the grave. Means all the medical benefits, they are being taken care, even for the retired employees. and they are medically covered. And I was just discussing with Dr. Shabnam Singh that being a convener of this standing medical committee, what is not there in our medical rules, when it comes to us, we see there are a lot of therapies, immunotherapies, many other therapies, they are now coming up, which are very costly. And total cost, it may be up to 30 lakhs or 40 lakhs per person, a person who is 85 years old, 87 years old, but once that disease is diagnosed, and we need treatment for that, and it is recommended by the authorities and by the medical oncologists, then it is our duty, and Indian Oil Corporation is such an organization, we take care and we pay for this particular therapy. So whatever we do, we just do it for the benefit of our employees, for their families, for their parents, for their families. So it is very much imbibed in our culture, and we don't have to do any extra efforts to win these awards. It is very much there in our culture, and I am happy to be a part of this organization. And wherever there is any lacuna, wherever there is any shortcoming or where we need to improve, our management is always supportive. And they just tell us, they just always advise us कि wherever you require management support, you just come forward, because for us, employees and their families and their parents, our stakeholders, they are much more important than the business. Even during COVID, I would just like to tell you, we are essential services, but none of our locations, none of our installation, they stopped. Everything was working, maybe with the least manpower which we were having, maybe we have to reshuffle the manpower. Maybe many organizations, they were working from, organizations were working from home. Our people were also working from home, but being a manufacturing industry, we continued our services. We continued our service to provide energy to India, and none of the kitchens of Indian families, they stopped. And none of the vehicles, they stopped, because all our retail outlets, they were dispensing the fuels, and this is the culture of Indian Oil.
Thank you so much. I think this organization, in fact, when I went for a meeting, I was sitting with all of you, and I could see that till date, every day a COVID report goes out. How many, every day, till date, and many organizations have forgotten about it, right? They're all back, and and I don't know how many of you know that Indian Oil, they employ a lot of the sports people to give them a career back. They employ some of the women prisoners in Hyderabad. There's a outlet which is, only women work there, and they are the prisoners who come in the morning from the cell and go back, and they have a respectable livelihood, right? So many such stories are there, and that's how they have institutionalized it, which is great to learn. One question last I'm going to open to all three of you, and then we'll go back to audience. I know we are a little running short on time, and this is a very, very important question, I'm sure, a burning question that, when we meet a lot of organizations, hundreds initiatives are running, right? You talk about there is a Zumba class, and there is yoga session, you have organic food, and there is a marathon happening, some 10,000 steps challenges. So many initiatives organizations run. But if we were to look at the top 3 metrics, which the hallmarks of a real, healthy, genuine, healthy organization, what according to you are those?
So, Shrabani, as you were saying, what are the metrics? And many times when we're thinking about well-being, because we are not used to measuring it and we find it difficult to measure, we use either, data, we use stories, we use so many ways to understand what's going on in an organization. We all have the pulse survey, and, we know how organizations, how people are feeling, that they're, looked after, they feel that they're taken care of, and all those things. But I think some of the things which are really important is, one is that, how safe do people feel? Because safety, if you see the, Maslow's hierarchy, unless, and we still, we may be human beings, but we are still animals, right? And unless we feel innate safety in wherever we are. And so therefore, I think, a sense of safety in the organization, a sense of feeling that somebody has your back, that I think is the baseline. And for that to have an organization which has psychological safety is very, very important, which has so many things involved in it, right? So that's definitely one. Second, you were saying, there are so many initiatives that we run. We do. And, I think that question is like the burning question everywhere. Somebody's looking for that magic bullet that, how do we get everyone to take part in everything? And also to understand that that's not going to happen, to be realistic, because no matter what we do, life comes in the way and everybody puts various things aside. So, what is that benchmark and how much do we insist that it must be met? Or do we actually look at data as a story and say, what is it telling us? Like, for example, during COVID, I remember when COVID just started and we did the first webinar on, what is COVID, how to take care of yourself. Our systems crashed because at TCS there were so many people suddenly wanting to be in on that webinar and to hear what's going on, right? We actually had to redo that session some 10, 15 times because we just didn't have the bandwidth on Teams or on WebEx to actually conduct sessions for more than, say, 2,000 people or more. So we literally did so many sessions. Now, if you were to ask the same number of people to come back to listen to you, are you going to get that number? No. So it is need-driven. What is the funnel that we are looking at? So, when we look at data, it is so contextual to the time that we are in, to what is relevant to people in that moment. I think these are some of the things which we need to consider when we're looking at any metric. And so therefore, and I say this as a well-being professional because this is something which I think, many of you will hear that, oh, we put in an EAP. How many people are using your EAP service? Is it justified, right? And the maturity of the organization obviously evolves to a point when when management doesn't ask if that investment is justified.
So being with CII, not having representing any individual company and being a clinician, the singular most important matrix which would help each company is what is the level of health literacy of your company. And what I mean by that is that unless you know the how, why, and what of anything, you will not adopt it. You can have as many yoga classes, you can have as many talks, but will you buy into that story will only be possible if you have understood the why of it. So companies which will invest in that and invest in that young, you have a very fertile platform at this point, thanks to the COVID crisis, where people are willing to listen. Having said that, that literacy, to your point, Sangeeta, is not a one-off. It has to be reiterated all the time. And unless you don't have a repetitive action of reiteration, it does not come to be your culture. It is culture which is going to drive the change. So if you were to say, what is that matrix? You have to feed into what is the health culture of that organization. And I think Dr. Jain said it very well. You have to be local as far as that culture is concerned. And in medicine, we find this so often, especially when we talk about nutrition, which happened to us just now in COVID when TB patients could not get nutrition and we had to supply food. We were given a figure, which is like an international figure or national figure, 650 rupees per day per patient. But by just giving that one singular number did not solve our problem, because for every part of this country, even within cities, we had to tweak what constituted that 650. So it's not a simple answer of a matrix. So to make that matrix happen, health literacy is what is the platform which will make it happen, and then the culture, and subsequently the entire wheel starts moving, and it's a continuous move.
Thanks for putting it so nicely, Dr. Shabnam. I think before I answer this question, this reminds me of an anecdote. So GSK has operations in the African countries, and this was an African country, Ghana, where our employees, in order to access healthcare, actually need to travel more than 2 hours. The nearest city or the nearest tertiary healthcare institution was more than 2 hours away. Now, what this meant was, and this was a simple town hall, an employee said this to the general manager, we speak about health, but can you do something about the fact that the access to healthcare is not as easy? Now, the general manager heard it, and based on that, we began what later became the Partnership for Prevention program. So to me, I think the reason why I'm narrating this anecdote is what really matters, and to me, the biggest powerful metric is the ability to be heard. I was just speaking with Ashwinji before this, and I said, mental health, until it becomes chronic, is really not an issue. What really people need is the ability to talk, communicate, and be heard. Sometimes we have so much, but we don't have people to communicate. And I think what we realized in COVID is you just need forums where people could speak and also see it's just not us. We are all in the same boat. We are all having the same problems. It's just that once we communicated, we felt much more lighter. So for us at GSK, the single biggest metric is the people voice, and it's the GSK survey. That's the only single biggest one which we take into focus. We have a lot of input indicators, output, impact, utilization. I think we have, you name it, the indices. I think we would be having everything. We also work with academia, we work with professional vendors, partners. It's endless. I don't want to talk about the awards and the recognitions where GSK has been, but I just want to say that if we have been able to do one thing, it's about bringing the pride among our employees. It's about building that employee-focused, employee-first culture. And I just want to end by saying, well, you can leave GSK, but there's always a part of GSK within you. And I want to also owe this to all of the ex-GSKians who are sitting out here, and they will also vouch for it. Thank you.
Fantastic. And do we have any questions from the audience now? Nobody? Okay, so then we'll quickly wrap up this session. And I think this was really, really amazing and so much of diverse perspectives. And I loved this whole concept of when we say, I think Sangeeta, you spoke about feeling safe. You started our employees really feeling safe. So what we are talking about is, it is a continuous process, employee well-being. There is a business goal that CEOs have to start with. They have to become first the role models and walk the talk and demonstrate the right behaviors. And then others, stakeholders, multiple stakeholders, you spoke about, Shabnam, how they're able to create that ecosystem, right? And I love this concept you spoke about is the health literacy. So, and we have to do it again and again. By just HR sending one email will not, create the awareness, right? So it has to be a constant process through different kind of communication vehicles and doing it, reinforcing it again and again. Maybe a manager doing health appraisal, right? We all do business appraisals. Why not health appraisal? Okay. And and I loved, your point, Sandeep, Dr. Sandeep, that you've beautifully created an ecosystem. So irrespective of a leader coming and going, Indian Oil ethos, their practices do not change. It's not leader-driven or a manager-driven. They've created a self-sustaining process which will deliver even in the turbulent of times or even the best of times, right? Both in rains and, turbulence. Ashish, I think fantastic practices you've spoken about, great examples of how a variety of different initiatives that you're running to institutionalize it as a practice, well-being, and you've given us a global perspective. So thank you very much, panelists. We had a lovely, interactive session and a lot of learnings to take away for while we break for lunch. Are we breaking for lunch right now? Okay.
Yes,
so thanks a lot, and over to you.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for sharing your diverse perspectives, compelling point of views, and real actionable nuggets. Now I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Ashwin Nayak, an author, entrepreneur, and Arogya World board member, to please come on stage and present a small token of appreciation and thanks to our panelists. Over to you. Yeah, one at a time. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's all break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's all break for lunch now. Treat ourselves to some mouth-watering yet healthy cuisines while chatting up with the delegates from across the country. We will reconvene back at 1:50 p.m. So ladies and gentlemen, we're keeping like a short 20 to 25 minutes lunch break owing to the power-packed agenda for the event today. So you all can break for lunch now. Lunch is organized right here on my left. The doors will be open now, so please help yourselves with healthy cuisines. Thank you very much and see you back again after lunch. 1:50. Let's reconvene back at 1:50, please. Thank you.
Is key. With the Make in India campaign, the Indian government aims to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Along with that, there must also be an increased emphasis on employee health at workplaces. 2 in 3 Indians are impacted by diabetes, cancer, heart diseases, or other non-communicable diseases. When compared to other developed countries, the onset of these conditions is at least a decade earlier among Indians. One smart way to As India looks towards faster economic growth, maintaining the health and productivity of its working population is key. With the Make in India campaign, the Indian government aims to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Along with that, there must also be an increased emphasis on employee health at workplaces. 2 in 3 Indians are impacted by diabetes, cancer, heart diseases, or other non-communicable diseases. When compared to other developed
Check, test. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Mic check 1, 2. Check. Check, check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start our post-lunch agenda. Can I request all the ladies and gentlemen to quickly reconvene back inside the hall? We are all set to start the next session in a few minutes. I request everybody out there in the lunch zone, can you please quickly finish your lunch and come back inside the hall? We are all set to get started with the next sessions. Thank you.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಚೆಕ್. Check, hello. Check. Check 1, check, hello. Check. Check, hello. Check 1, check, hello. Check. Check, hello. Check 1. Check. Check, hello. Check 1, 2, 3, hello, check.
Check. Test. Test. Check. 1, 2, check. Test. Test. Check. Mic test.
Check. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start our post-lunch agenda. I request everybody out there in the lunch zone to please quickly gather back inside the hall. We are all set and we have a surprise for you. We're going to start the post-lunch sessions only with that surprise. So do not miss out on that. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody out there in the lunch zone, can you all quickly come back inside the hall, please? We're all set to start. Thank you.
Signal. Check. Test. Test. Check. 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 Is it required? Check. मैडम स्टैंड भी चाहिए अभी नहीं है ओके ओके ये भी चाहिए आपका दो स्टैंड check check
All right, I think we have a full house. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see the networking is still on, but I also see happy, smiling faces because now the tummy is full, so everything looks good. Right? Okay, those are really smiling faces, but the networking is still on. May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, especially the ladies out there. You know, the one in black, constantly looking at me. Ma'am, I'm looking at your beautiful smile, but may I have all of your attention? All right. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all enjoyed the lunch, topped up with interesting, ice-breaking conversations with your industry peers. Moving ahead, we are delighted to present to you what goes on behind the scenes. Yes, the secret ingredients to healthy workplaces. May I request the Arogya World team to play the AV on the best practice videos curated from 2022 Healthy Workplaces. Let the videos be on, and as the video plays, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just remind you, we are live streaming on our LinkedIn and YouTube channels. Do share it with your family and friends. Let them make the best use of best practices at healthy workplaces, right? Like I said, our framework and our patrons are all in line with the guidelines of WHO. So let everybody make the best use of today's conference. So do share this update with your families and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also request you to put your phones on silent mode or switch them off until we have the next sessions. Thank you very much. Request the team to have the AV, please. Thank you.
Hello everyone. On behalf of EDECO, I want to convey a sincere gratitude and proud privilege to acknowledge this wonderful recognition, winning the Arogya World Healthy Workplace Award 2022 in the bronze level. As a global Fortune 500 organization and world's leading talent advisory and HR solutions company, we are driven by a powerful purpose of making the future work for everyone. While our services help career aspirants build employability and connecting people with opportunities, our solutions enable our clients to optimize their talent needs and organizational models to achieve their goals. But at the heart of all of this is our efforts to ensure that our employees, our associates, and all our stakeholders are happy and healthy in their workplace. A big shout out to the Arogya World team for the fantastic work you do in recognizing and bringing this important topic to the forefront and pushing organizations to enhance the focus on employee well-being. My sincere appreciation to all the participating organizations, because in the Indian context, together we can make a big difference. Thank you very much.
I am Dr. Arun Kale. I head health and safety at Tata Motors. About 3 months ago, we accepted the framework of healthy workplaces by Arogya World, and since then we are on the journey to achieve the wellness initiative in the Tata Motors. The journey in the 3 months has been very rewarding one. The framework, which itself has been developed by very knowledgeable people in the field of psychology, occupational health, general medicine, has been very robust, and I found that working with this particular framework definitely gives us a dividend. The working under the NCD stream had been something which was not new for Tata Motors. We had been doing this since long time, but this framework definitely gave us some kind of milestones upon which we can work further, and we can actually better our initiatives. That we could initiate a lot of proactive measures in the field of NCD. For example, we started working on the pre-diabetic employees group and did a lot of inroads. Actually, I was surprised to see that we have large number of pre-diabetics which otherwise would have gone undiagnosed, unnoticed, untreated in the whole journey towards NCD prevention. With this new thrust on emotional wellness, two things that we have started to do. One of them is to make this service available to our contract employees as well, and that too free of cost.
Larsen & Toubro is an Indian multinational engaged in EPC projects, high-tech manufacturing and services. It operates in more than 50 countries worldwide. More than 3 lakh workforce is central to the L&T's achievements and the value it delivers to the stakeholder. The wellness is a regular practice of activities, choices, and the lifestyle that leads to a state of complete well-being. The company recognizes that prioritizing employees' health and encouraging them in taking part of various wellness activities is crucial to the success of organization. We are delighted that our efforts towards achieving a common goal of healthier, happier and less stressful lives of our employees has been appreciated and recognized by the Arogya World. The Arogya World has also helped in our journey to make our workplace healthier in all aspects, that is physical, psychosocial, spiritual and financial. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Sarika Pradhan, Vice President Human Resources for CGI APAC. On behalf of CGI, I want to thank you for selecting us a winner for Arogya World Health Workplace Award in the gold level this year. At CGI, we know that fostering the health and well-being of our 88,500 professionals worldwide is critical to our success. Before health and well-being became a company standard, we launched a center of expertise called Oxygen, which started 18 years ago. Oxygen provides the initiatives, services, and tools that create an environment where all who join us thrive personally and professionally. Leadership plays a critical role in modeling behaviors. This is why we have specific programs to equip leaders at all levels on how to nurture the mental health of themselves, their teams, and their families. This is especially critical in today's evolving and hybrid reality, ensuring a compassionate and inclusive culture. At CGI, health and well-being is everyone's business. Thank you once again for considering CGI as a winner for Arogya World Health Workplace Award 2022.
Greetings from Mercedes-Benz Research and Development India. Wellness or Arogya is one of the important pillars of our culture. In our journey to create a healthy workplace, we focus on 4 different dimensions, which is physical wellness, emotional wellness, social wellness, and financial wellness. So it's basically having healthy practices, healthy habits to create a good work-life balance or good work-life integration. And as per our ancient philosophy, good work-life balance is nothing but yoga, yoga chitta vritti nirodha, which is the sutra from Patanjali, which means having a control on our mind, which basically defines our nature through perceptions, emotions, and feelings. So how can I have control on my mind? Because that is going to define my behavior and habits. We have taken that philosophy in bringing those practices in our organization on those 4 dimensions which I mentioned, using obviously the different personas what we have to define different practices for millennials to women employees to male employees. So we have defined programs starting with healthy eating to healthy lifestyle, exercising, yoga, workplace yoga, to stress management, conflict management. So different practices to basically bring those work-life related topics which are defining our health or defining our healthy lifestyle. One another dimension which we have looked at was obviously creating role models, starting at a leadership level and then bringing them at all levels within the organization. And the third, I would say, aspect which we have also faced, I would say, kind of pandemic. So which we have faced in last 2 years. Again, imagine the unimaginable and looking at the crisis situation and how we can react, having that humility as well as the empathy towards employees and their families as well as our business partners. I think these are some of the things what we have kept while creating the healthy workplace and the culture of well-being or wellness in the organization. Thank you very much.
Money, well-being of our stakeholders is of prime importance along with other key elements. We have a holistic approach for meeting the needs of the same. It is sad to know that NCDs are increasing in this urbanization world due to work-related stress. This stress will end up in developing poor healthy habits, which is putting their lives into risk. This can be due to lack of awareness, future consequence, blindness, etc. We strongly believe employee engagement activity helps to create healthy workplace, reduce stress levels, and boost the morale of employees and work towards achieving the same. We take utmost importance to detect the stress of our employees and have also designed several initiatives to reduce their stress levels. By engaging with Arogya World, our motto for improving employee health and well-being has taken a different turn, widened our vision, and will have high impact on achieving our objectives. The assigned assessment gave us the actionable insight to work upon. We appreciate the approach of assessors. Their tailored program is a need for today's healthy workplace. which will address the challenges like unhealthy eating, smoking, alcohol consumption, busy lifestyle, low awareness to health risk, and so on. Thank you, Arogya World team. We are proud to be associated with you.
All right, that was an impressive list of companies and the unique and best practices on health and well-being. Thank you, Team Arogya, for bringing it to us here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the sumptuous lunch and some spicy video bites, how could we not think of a surprise dessert for you? I'm not sure how many of you did choose to have the dessert outside in the lunch zone, but now we have a surprise dessert for you. And can you all put your hands up in who's interested to have that surprise dessert? It's a dessert. Come on, everybody. Let's be very honest. I would take 2 plates. I love desserts, though, so... Oh, my God. Almost the whole hall. Okay, that's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our dessert. Please welcome Somnath Paddy for some gigi laughter riot. What could be a better stress buster as we all gear up to build our mental health for workplace resilience? Let's all give it up for one and only Somnath Paddy. Here he is in the house. So Somnath, you are the surprise dessert here for everybody in the hall. So over to you.
Check. Hey guys, hi. I can see like 100% of you are like disappointed. Like everybody is like, this is the dessert? Dude, you guys hyped us so much. How's everybody doing, by the way? All right, front tables are doing well. Back table is like, back people, how are you guys doing? All right, little less energy. But you know why this stand-up event is, it's placed strategically after lunch. Because everybody is a little sleepy, right? After the lunch, a couple of yawns. So that's what I'm here for, right? Just a small, how many of you knew that there was going to be stand-up comedy? 2 people, 3 people out of this whole room. So surprised. How many of you have seen me before? Any video? Anybody here, over here? Couple of them, 3, 4 people. All right, surprise again. Yes, one more thing I'll tell you about myself. I am Somnath Paddy. I used to be an engineer. Nobody's surprised with that, right? That's fine, that's fine. Everybody knows that only stand-up comedians do. Engineers turn stand-up comedians. But it's like great to have these offline events after pandemic. Because, to be honest, I was tired of Zoom calls, right? Because it's good to see everybody dressed fully. Because before we know, like everybody was focused on the top part. Nobody was... And to be honest, like I have done so many shows where... It's like stand-up is not a good thing in Zoom because people are sitting in their home. So you get to see their home problems. This one time I was doing a show, this couple started fighting. I've experienced that also. But it's like so good. Thank you guys for inviting me to perform here. Just a big milestone happened to me recently. I turned 30. All right. And you know how I was welcomed into the 30? With a chest pain. That's how, and immediately, you know what I did? Obviously, I Googled first. Right? And of course, it was heart attack. According to Google, right? I rushed to the doctor, this guy did some test, and he told me, you have vitamin D deficiency. The vitamin that's free. You understand how embarrassing it is to have the only vitamin that's available freely? You know what he did? He prescribed me sunlight. It's like you wake up in the morning and go to the sun, which is good diagnosis, but I have not woken up in the morning in a while. Since college. Anybody relate to this? How many of you, like some of you are like, I can see like extremely passionate with what you do, but comedians, right? Our job is at night. We wake up late. How many of you have a problem waking up in the morning? Raise your hands. Anybody? Like 20% of the room, right? Sir, you raised your hand, right? What do you do to wake up in the morning? Your daughter wakes you up, right? So I think I have to get married then. That's all I have to do. I have not woken up in the morning since college, by the way. It's been a while that I've seen the sun. I didn't give up, I started watching motivational videos. That's how sad it became. But have you noticed every motivational video, they say the same thing? They're like, you wake up early. Right? That's not my problem. My problem is how to wake up early. That is where I am stuck. Right? This year, I finally made it my New Year resolution. I thought if I wake up in Jan, maybe it will turn into a habit. 2nd Jan, I put my alarm at 7 a.m. Right? 1st Jan, you can't do it. Like, let's be honest. Right? 2nd Jan, put my alarm at 7. Plan was to wake up and work out. Simple plan. Right? Woke up at 7, switched off the alarm. No. Started brushing my teeth. Started working out. That's what I thought I did. You know what happened? I woke up, switched off the alarm, went back to sleep, started dreaming about working out. Tell me, how do I succeed in life, right? When my own brain is against me. And generally when you dream something, like you wake up, you realize, oh, it was a dream. My dream was so simple and stupid. I dreamt about brushing my teeth. I didn't even brush my teeth that day. Yeah, meeting my friends in the evening, I'm like, Happy New Year. They're all like, can you put on your mask, dude, please? There's a 4th wave coming from your mouth. Just put it on. And 99, 95 is not enough. Just put it on. I didn't give up. One of my friends, he suggested me this alarm where in order to switch off the alarm, you have to solve a maths question. Right? That's not a good idea. I downloaded immediately. And I chose calculus. Like overnight, I'll become smart somehow. Like, let me give you advice. Don't try that alarm. You know why? Because you don't want to realize you're dumb in the morning. It's not a good time to find out. It's a little tough. Like, where do you get the motivation after that? Right? I'm unable to switch off the alarm. My neighbor started banging on the door. And I'm like, sir, can you solve this? Right? You go back to sleep again. These are the things I face. Some of you related to it, and some of you are like, no, we can wake up in the morning, which is good. If you can wake up in the morning, it's a good thing for you. But for me, you understand, it's not that I have some weird incidences. Like, I travel in Uber in Bangalore, right? Anybody else who does that? Who travel by cabs, Ubers, right, sir? This is the thing. Since when did you start using Uber? Couple of years ago, right? I started using Uber like in 2015-16. The problem is, like, the first time I started using Uber, I did not know that the drivers can rate me as well. Yeah, I found out the hard way. Like, one day I'm trying to, for 6 months I didn't know. And one day I'm trying to book a cab. And I noticed something underneath my name. I'm like, what is this 2.3? I asked my friend, right? And he's like, dude, that's your rating. Do you understand how sad it is? Because for 6 months, I was just being myself. And that's 2.3. Where will I get the confidence to tell people that I'm a good person? Because deep down, I know who I am. I'm 2.3 out of 5. That's the problem when you don't know. Now, you know what? Now, every time I book a cab, first of all, after that, I immediately switch to Uber. From Uber to Ola. I'm like, I'm not using Uber anymore. And Ola, I have 5 stars. You know how I maintain 5 stars? Because every time I book a cab, I call the driver. I'm like, Bhaiya, aap rukiye, main location pe aa raha hu. Don't move. Sometimes it's a little far away, right? I go down or take an auto to go there. No inconvenience for you, sir. And I'm serious about it. Like, I reach there, I give him a Bisleri. I'm like, sir, do you need any chips, Lays, Bingo, right? Sometimes it's like, kurkure bhi hai. Don't worry about it. That's how you maintain, this 5 stars. But this is not one of those incidences that, makes you question yourself. This other thing happened to me recently. I was not getting, like in Bangalore, you don't get a cab, right, when it rains. So I'm like, I have to take the bus. Went to the bus stop. I'm waiting there for my bus. This random guy walked up to me and he's like, bro, my phone is switched off. I need to make an urgent call to my girlfriend. Can I use your phone? Right? I'm like, of course. I gave him my phone. This guy talked to his girlfriend for 2 minutes. फिर उसने number delete करके phone दिया. Do I look that creepy? I just helped him. How is he judging me? You know what pissed me off? The way he did it, right? मेरे सामने आके delete कर रहा है. As if, you know, he's like, you look creepy, man. Please, take this. First of all right, there are a lot of ladies in the room. When I said it, he deleted it. Some of you looked at me like, yeah, he did the right thing, right? Which I understand. Suppose I get this guy's girlfriend's number, right? What do you think I will do? I can't just call her and be like, hello. हाँ तुम्हारा boyfriend अपना phone नहीं संभाल सकता, तुम्हें क्या संभालेगा? Do I give that vibe, right? I immediately, मैंने phone रखा, I'm angry now, right? I'm just sitting down, my phone निकाला, and I'm started Googling how to get back deleted number. Because first of all, this guy's girlfriend deserves a better guy, right? He is clearly insecure, and he doesn't even have a power bank. She deserves a boyfriend with a power bank, all right? And I have a power bank. You know, it's a coincidence, right? I'm just Googling continuously, right? I didn't get anything. Because you can't get deleted number. Once it's gone, right? Now I'm angry. After 5 minutes, I got a call from an unknown number, and Truecaller showed me Neha Mathur. And I understood, yes, ma'am, she called, right? And I'm ready. I'm like, this is my day. You know, the universe is with me today. My full confidence, I'm like, hello. She's like, my boyfriend just called. Can I talk to him? I'm like, I'm sorry, he just left. He was standing next to me. I'm lying in front of him. You know how happy I am at that point? Now, in order to win in this situation, the guy needs to know that I have his girlfriend's number, right? Otherwise, there is no point to the story. You understand? I came up with the perfect plan, right? Bus aaya, right? This guy was getting into the bus. I'm outside. I stood up. I'm like, hey, dude, 9548 978 957. And I walked away. And now this guy is inside the bus. He's thinking about me. He's not thinking about his girlfriend. He's thinking about me. I think I won in this situation. I like how half of you are like, you won. The other half like, dude, you are creepy a little bit. My only problem with this whole story is like, if you help somebody, they shouldn't judge you. You understand? If I go down and ask somebody for lift, and that guy drops me home, I won't get down from his bike and be like, thanks, man. But there are driving skills, and I don't. You know, it's terrible, man. Who gave you a license? Show me. I will just say thank you and move on. But people, we are like that, right? Sometimes I've noticed people are, you know, judgmental while helping you. They are helping you only to tell you you are stupid, right? I remember long ago, like I was on my bike, right? And my bike stand was open. Sometimes you do that, like you forget. And if you see somebody riding like that, you'll be like, bro, stand khula hai. Like that's all this is required. But this guy came in the way he said it. I'm driving, right? Wo side mein aaya, and he started shouting like, bro, stand. That was not for me. That was for everybody else on the road. Like, look at this idiot. Look at him. Who gave him a bike, right? I can't let this guy win at this point, right? I immediately वहीं पे bike से उतर के park कर दिया. I'm like, I was parking, dude. मैं जाके divider पे बैठ गया. I'm like, this is where I hang out. Move on. You have to do these things. That's all right. This L-shaped people are laughing. That side in the back. You guys enjoying? People in the back? You oh, all right. He started cracking jokes there. That's silent laughers. That's. You guys are also engineers. Wait a second. What kind of engineer are you, sir? Huh? Yeah, I mean, sir, you are welcome. You are welcome in comedy industry. We welcome only engineers, by the way. Yeah, sure. But I used to be an electrical engineer, by the way, right? And this is the thing, right? This is after graduation, I joined this central government company for a while, right? And in India, if you tell people that you have a government job, people are impressed. People were like, dude, your job is great, right? It's safe. It's secure, right? You'll get good dowry. Things like that, right? What Indian society tells you. But most people don't know is that when you join any government company, you sign the joining letter. It has one small clause in it, like 2 lines. It says that in case of emergency or war, you will be drafted into the army. Yeah, job security. Safe. Let me ask you this. Suppose there is a war tomorrow, it's happening. Would you guys feel confident if I am defending the country? Don't have to say no, all right? From your laugh, I got the point. I'm pretty sure nobody will go home and be like, you know what? Somnath border pe khada hai. Oh, we can all sleep peacefully. He's not alone. He's standing with his whole electrical department. Look at them. They look so dangerous. They don't have guns. Wo log tar pakad ke khade hain. Yeah, they call themselves the resistance. I know that's not happening. Like, this is what I did, right? It's a little embarrassing. When I got the joining letter in my mail, it was a PDF, right? When I saw those 2 lines, I immediately converted that PDF into Word. And I removed those 2 lines. Yeah, I printed it out. I signed it. In my head, I'm thinking it's a government company who will check. And when the time comes, I'm like, isme hai hi nahi, right? That was my plan. I printed it out, signed it. I gave it to the HR. And the HR is like, that's your copy. You keep it. And then she's like, this is our copy. This has watermark. Please sign here. Yeah, they got me. I've been thinking this for a while, like, why do they need people like me in the war? Yes? I figured it out. You know why they need people like us in the war? For distraction. I know that what they will do. They will put us up front and be like, tum log bhago. Run. पता चलेगा गोली कहां से आ रहा है, right? Just all right, guys. Last thing I'll tell you guys. Something happened, which is a little. This is what happened, right? Recently, I went to the ATM to withdraw some cash, right? And जैसे ही मैंने ATM का दरवाजा खोला, I saw the security guard. He was changing his clothes, right? And I don't know about you guys. I was a little shocked. I'm like, is this a change room that I walked into? Like. But this guy, he was confident. Like, he looked at me, he's like, Aaja bhai. Paise nikal le. He said it in a way as if he was expecting me. Oh, right on time, dude. Just I was already inside, right? I started withdrawing cash. He didn't even stop. मैं पैसे निकाल रहा हूँ, वो साइड में अपना पैंट निकाल रहा है. Like, it's one of those, Indian, it's not like this guy had 6-pack that is showing off. The proper Indian body, that curvy. We all have seen that, right? I immediately मैं पैसा निकाला जैसे तैसे और भागा वहां से, right? जैसे ही मैंने दरवाजा खोला, मैंने देखा सामने एक और बंदा लाइन में खड़ा है, right? This guy saw me. और मेरे पीछे सिक्योरिटी गार्ड को अपना बेल्ट बांधते देखा रहा. और मेरे हाथ में 2000 रुपए का नोट था. I felt guilty for some reason. And I thought I have to diffuse the situation, right? And I told him, हाँ यार आजकल ATM में भी करना पड़ता है. As a joke. He didn't even laugh. This guy walked away. Right now I'm so scared because I don't know what he's telling other people. That guy who saw me, I don't know what lies he's spreading. This is what happened, right? After a month, I didn't go to the ATM for a month, by the way. After a month, I went to my friend. I'm like, dude, let's go together. I am not going alone, right? And my friend is like, dude, wo HDFC wala ATM nahi jana hai. I'm like, dude, what happened? He's like, तूने सुना नहीं वहाँ क्या होता है, dude? वहाँ पे कुछ और ही होता है. Thank you guys. That's been my time. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoy the show. Thank you so much.
You will be giving it?
Thank you, Somnath, for shaking us up with your hilarious punches and ensuring that post-lunch we are wide awake to straight dive into the most talked about subject today, workplace mental health. So our team is here, Ms. Usha, to hand over the ODIF appreciation and thank you to you. Can you give a huge round of applause to Somnath, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. It was fun and a pleasure having you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next session. While the newspapers are flooded with pink slips, stories of recession, salary cuts, and sleep-depriving predictions, how are organizations handling mental conversations at the workplace? That's a question. Creating an environment of empathy and inclusivity is a need of the hour. How are organizations dealing with these really important challenges? Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is a fireside chat by Dr. Ashwin Nayak, Workplace Mental Health and Access to Care, founder of Mana Wellness, with Ms. Mohana, MD, Chief People and Culture Officer, Better Place, ex-GBS, Standard Chartered Bank, ex-Director, HR, SAP, London. Just two words about both of them. Dr. Ashwin Nayak is an author and award-winning entrepreneur. He is widely regarded as the go-to expert on affordable healthcare innovation, scaling social impact and mental well-being at work. And Ms. Mohana is a global HR leader with over 15 years of experience across BFSI and IT sectors. So ladies and gentlemen, give it a round of applause for Mr. Ashwin Nayak and Ms. Mohana. Can you all give a huge round of applause? Come on, let the energy be on. Right then, over to both of you.
Thank you so much. I just want to clarify, I'm not a doctor. I've been asked this all through the way in the corridor. MD stands for a doctor, so I'm just an HR professional. So yeah.
Thank you, Mohana, and welcome. And thank you to Somnath for getting us all charged up. So one of the things that we always hear about is how difficult or challenging it is to bring about a change about mental health at the workplace. And it has become a priority for most organizations in the last few years, if not for the last decade. And COVID has really accelerated that conversation. So I'm delighted today to have Mohana, who will share with us her insights as an HR professional, also her learnings, and what the future holds. Both from a HR professional point of view and as organizations who are interested and thinking about mental health at the workplace. But before we get there, let me start, Mohana, with asking you about your journey as an HR professional. How did you get started? What has been your experience? And also through that journey, how has the focus on well-being changed in organizations?
Yeah. I think I should have been a lawyer. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really humbled, and anywhere that I'm going out, and talking, I'm just amazed that we're not wearing masks. And I'm really so glad we're all breathing together, right? I just remind myself of that as well. So thank you so much, Arogya and Ashwin, for inviting me. I think, like I was just sharing, right? I come from a family of law. And I'm an accidental HR person. I've done psychology, so but my entire profession has been nothing but meaningful, exciting, and full of ups and downs. But having said that, I think if I just look back, 2005 was when I started my career. Back then, I think IT and ITS was just about getting structured, entering India, and all I could think of was just getting my degree and running off, getting a job, being independent financially and otherwise. And you walk into an organization, HR is great, everybody's looking at a phase where you use theory into practice. That was really what we were all trying. And while we were doing that, the lens around well-being was really from an employee relations standpoint, and it was really about managing complaints at that point in time. And few years from then, you saw Vishaka guidelines come in, you saw POSH, ICC, all these things coming in. But really that meant that organizations were still functioning around well-being only for a certain segment, which was largely women, or they were trying to avoid workplace violence and those kind of situations. So we were really being reactive in nature. And you fast forward, and you come around 2018, and that's when I'm still an HR professional, but you see mindfulness, meditation, all these concepts creeping into the workplace. And this was obviously empowered by the fact that people had mobile phones, they had more access to wisdom, which otherwise was harder to get before, right? So you entered an era where people started realizing that, hey, my well-being is actually about me being positive. And actually I can be positive. If I'm positive, I can be positive to the people around me. And that's probably the journey of what has happened over the last 2 decades, broadly speaking, right? That we were so structured, so reactive from a well-being standpoint to how people have taken ownership and they've really changed things in the organization. And it's still a journey. But today I can safely say that if I'm at work and I had a bad day, I can actually tell people that I just feel like going home, and it's fine. But like we were talking a little earlier, Ashwin, I think that's not true for everybody in an organization. People who are struggling with, their families who have prolonged illnesses, people who have children with disabilities. There's so many varieties of, contexts and examples that I can give you where they're still not comfortable talking that they're having a bad day. And can you imagine what the impact is when you have a colleague who's feeling like that, right? So we really have come about to a place where, yes, we're talking about it, we are bringing in a lot of practices, but I think collectively we're not there yet, which is a little better in the West, because when I work there, I think people are far more active about going and taking help and going into those support systems, right? They'll go to a counselor, they'll say, I'm not well, or I'm on depression, whatever, they're more open about it. So we do have some work to be done in terms of just being open as a society, and therefore being open as organizations to, invite such topics. Yeah.
Great, great. No, I think I agree with you that there is a good movement in the last 10 years, right? So people are becoming open and willing to talk about this. Specifically within well-being, if you think about mental health. Last 2 years, I think we have heard enough and more organizations waking up to this reality. Do you think that post-COVID, now that offices are getting back to business as usual, will continue to invest in mental health, or is it like a phase that will sort of die out?
Well, I think that's interesting. When we were in the year 1 of COVID, right? I think WHO released a very clear report that in the first year itself, anxiety and depression had surged by 25% around the world. The global presence of anxiety had surged so much. So can you imagine where not even a few years after COVID, what the post-traumatic impact of that, of losing a family member, of losing our health, trying to recoup and come back actually can be. And we've just moved on as if it's not really affected, as in we're so resilient and we've just moved on, right? From an organization standpoint, I think there's a fundamental shift. Well-being is clearly linked with performance now, right? And because people realize that, organizations have realized that, I think they will continue to invest in that. Which means that what I was talking about from 2005, where we were fairly reactive, and yes, ER and all those other things will stay, they'll coexist. Well-being is something that will become part of the entire story. So your ecosystem of how you will bring in non-negotiable practices, your fundamentals of having a counselor, having a good counselor, not just having an EAP center, running practices, having empathetic policies, and all of that as something that organizations will continue to lean into. But I think that is also coupled by another fact that individuals like us, we were pushed during COVID to face our own mortality very fast. We didn't even think it's going to happen to that extent. So suddenly self-care, I can tell you about myself, right? That self-care for me is so important now. It's much, much more important. I've stopped taking it for granted. You know, and I had a rough week, I'm stressed out. I will pause now and I will take care of myself. I'll do something, but I will ensure I get a break. And with that, what's happening is you realize that 5 days in my adult life in a week, 9 hours at least in a day, I'm giving to an organization. So why should they not care about me? And that expectation is something this generation is expressing far, far greater. And I think at the end of the day, COVID somewhere else recently happened, right? There was just a surge of it. You're having a recession, job losses, et cetera, et cetera. So I think well-being itself is something that we'll constantly be reminded of because our problems are not going to end. So it's about really resilience and organizations needing to accept the fact that as human beings, we're going to keep facing trauma and keep facing these difficult situations. Yeah.
Great. No, I think you made two very important points. One is about your own self-care. Let me come back to that. And the second one, you touched briefly about how employees are now expecting you to change, right? I think those two threads will come back. But one of the sense that we get when we talk to HR professionals is we are doing so much, but employees are not utilizing, right? I think we spoke about that in the previous session as well. There's a whole bunch of things companies offer, but very little utilization, and then people say, "Arey, what happened?" Right? Any thoughts on why that is happening and what can be done there?
Yes, and that's true for so many things that we've done, right, within organizations, our policies, practices, our high potential program solutions of how people should develop. I think as a society, right from the way we get education, it's one size fits all. And I think the sooner we all understand that each human being is operating at a different speed, each human being is developing and is interested and is passionate about different things in different ways and in different degrees, I think that will help. Yes, of course, when we make an assumption that one size fits all and everybody's going to use a gym or everyone needs a counselor, this is going to happen. And a little before we were talking about companies like SAP and the like, where they have come up with flex benefits. What a great concept, right? And so many companies have actually adopted it, where you take the same amount of investment that you make, but just offer it to the person. That year I need a counselor, but the next year I need a gym. The following year I just need yoga. You know, how can you customize and scale it at mass? And that will be a differentiator for the future, even in this space, because there's no other space which needs more customization and personalization than well-being.
Great. Personalization, yes. You know, sort of tailoring it to their life stage, probably. That's when you look at initiatives like this, and you've worked on both sides, right? You've worked at large corporations like SAP and Standard Chartered. Now you're at a youngish organization, maybe not a startup. When companies look at these, how do you look at the investment, or how do you look at what is the potential return? Is that a question at all or not?
I think, you know, like how you talk about environment, well-being, or even diversity, etc. There's this tendency to actually talk about investments, right? Or even society, like archaeology. Other than Tatas, I don't think anybody's investing in Indian archaeology the way they do it just for the sake of doing it. So there is a needle movement we need to make where this is so fundamental to everyone's existence, right? So some of the conversations that we've been having internally is just about, can we do something because it's the right thing to do? And you don't actually have to measure. And I was going to talk about it a little later, hopefully, is that human beings essentially move from one trauma to the other to the other. And all that differentiates us is the effectiveness of how we deal with that particular trauma. So can organizations notice that life is a series of traumas, and therefore it's not going to go away? So every time you think you're progressing, measuring, you have an ROI to fulfill, you're again stumbling back to the basic. You've gone back to zero. So actually doing things for the right purpose of dealing with human beings, I think that is the conversation to facilitate. Especially as HR people, I think we need to nudge organizations to think beyond numbers for certain things as well.
Great, great. No, that's very encouraging. And you know, going back to your previous comment about your own personal well-being, one of the other challenges that we are seeing is leadership involvement, right? How do you encourage leaders to get involved in conversations around mental health and also utilizing support? Because many leaders in the previous panel also heard that they're not willing or open to say the benefits are for the employees, not for us. So how do we create that environment? And I know you have done some work at GBS around leaders. Maybe you can share something around that.
I think this is honestly, bringing in two important aspects, right? And much like for any other topic here, societal context and generational context plays a very key role. When we walk into organizations, I think most of you will agree that predominantly leaders are of a certain broad generation, yeah? And specific generations are raised to keep certain things private, to deal with it in a certain way, right? We don't really see a lot of our own parents talking, acknowledging their feelings. And then you have a generation that's walking in from, colleges or this next generation which is in the workforce, younger. They want to talk about everything. They want to express everything. So they come into the office and they see that, hey, I want to talk. I want to stand for my ambitions, my values, and share it in organizations. But then I have, the leadership which is quiet about something that can actually be very, very positive. Imagine your CEO standing or your, CFO standing and saying, I had a bad day, or my son was struggling. I want to talk about it. There are forums that you can create to listen and speak, right? And that has a very powerful way of making safe spaces within organizations. And I think that's the gap. Back in Standard Chartered, I can talk about it. It was very revealing because our leaders were shouldering so much during COVID, and it got worse during COVID wave 2, because we were a very large sized organization. We're 24,000 people. So you can imagine the number of cases, right, that might have surfaced. So while we were dealing with crisis, I suddenly realized that, oh my God, none of the leaders are saying no to anything. Not only that are they losing people home, people are sick back in their families, friend circles, but in office they are managing their teams, their peers, they're really shouldering a lot. So what I did is we got like the hub head and myself to discuss, and we said we should get a counselor to our council meetings. And all our leaders actually came together and we did a visualization workshop. And the visualization workshop was about helping leaders gain hope that there is a future beyond this situation of crisis itself. So it's very important that we, collectively bring leaders together at times and create those forums. And what started happening is other business leaders, other hub leaders wanted to emulate this. So sometimes it's not just about having a policy, but it's really about the practice at the right time in the onset. We have to create forums. You just have to create forums. I think the top is the lonely place. You expect a lot from leaders, but I think we're giving very little care. And unfortunately, generationally also, there's a social complexity that's involved, right? So I don't have an absolute answer, but I think the effort needs to go on, one-on-one coachings need to go on, because if the leaders don't really acknowledge, a lot of things are top-down. You're not creating an environment that is psychologically safe. So this is an ongoing conversation with our generation. Yeah.
Right. I'm reminded of this recent conversation with the CEO of InMobi, and he mentioned that all their top leaders get assigned a coach and a counselor as part of their benefits. So everybody, like hundreds of them, get, and he said that is the single biggest investment they have made in their leadership. So I agree with your point there. Coming to your own well-being routine, how, as a leader heading HR for large organizations, now growing organization, what is your mantra or what is your routine that helps you stay on top?
First of all, thank you so much for asking me that. I think one of the biggest mantras that I had in my life and I miss the most is when, into your 20s and 30s, you had your grandparents. And whether you had a bad day, whether you had a good day, whether it was your birthday, you're facing the worst thing, you just go to them for emotional shelter, right? And that unconditional love, and having a family support you in that way is just immeasurable. So I miss that a lot, and that created a lot of goodwill in my life. But I think in the last 15 years, I've been very, very careful about, ensuring that I take really good care of my physical health. So there's a lot of hatha yoga that I do. I meditate in the last few years, and I eat correctly. I make an effort to do that. But having said that, I think more importantly, it's the core work, right? Have we sat down? Have we actually written, reflected, and understood who we are? What are our values so that our boundaries are very clear? The ability to say no to people. We are a society that really likes to please each other. We're very community-driven, and that has a level of strain on each one of us. But how can we do that? And we can't do that if we don't understand who we are. And truly, that makes a very big difference to how we make choices in our life, ultimately. But I think sense of balance that the Bhagavad Gita or the Eastern sciences teaches, I think those things really keep me going, to stay in, not to be too happy or not to be too sad, but you can never arrive. The truth is, when it comes to our self-care, it is a continuum. It is going to be till the last day we are here. So that's something we cannot take for granted, I think, yeah.
Great, great. No, this is a fascinating conversation. I think we can carry on, but a couple of other questions. One is, you've taken on a new role as the Chief People Officer at Better Place. And I'm assuming this is like a completely different environment from Standard Chartered. This must be chaotic, fast-growing startup. So when you're thinking about mental health at Better Place, how are you thinking about, either implementing something, or how do you even start?
I think that's a fair question, because the context matters a lot. The value system matters even more. I think anything that we do for organizations can begin with tiny steps, but what is influential and impactful, that is what matters the most. When you look at Better Place, right? Better Place motto is seeking excellence with happiness. Now, if you have something which is called happiness right at the core, why would you not leverage that? So one of the things we're thinking about doing is weaving all the things in the ecosystem around that motto itself. So our policies, our practices, some of our programmatic solutions will be centered to make that commitment happen. So the very first step was open your policies. I want to read them. I want to understand how you're handling grievance. Is it hierarchical? Is it allowing a safe space for people to feel, I can actually raise my complaint? So doing your basics right will take the organization long. That's one. The second thing which comes to my mind essentially is really the approach or the principles that you use. And I think what we will embark to do is what can be holistic in terms of mental health and well-being at large, and also really something that's very true to the fact that one size does not fit all. That's something we touched upon. And we were talking earlier about integrative sciences and integrative medicines, right? So if you look at even well-being, you have many aspects to well-being: fitness, physical, mental, emotional, social, and thereon. But how do you do it? Is Western science enough? Or can you make it broader? So for example, in yoga, it is very clear, right? They tell you that you sit straight, you put your head up straight, you will never get depressed. But what we do is a whole day we're looking at our phones like this, our necks are down. So what is it doing to us? What's our neurobiology actually saying? So how can we actually bring that into workspaces where what we're solutioning, what programs we're offering, and creating awareness is a complement or is a synergy between the body and the mind, where both facilitate, optimal functioning of each other. Whereas what we tend to do is bring it down and make it very reductionist. And the final thing, which is a non-compromise, and all the HR folks here will certainly agree with me that it comes down to behaviors, right? Am I a good people leader? Am I actually making a toxic environment? Am I a good colleague who's just being respectful of each other? So how are we actually creating well-being around us through our behaviors? And I think it starts with ourselves. When I have a bad day in the morning and I'm not checked myself, I know it's going to pass on. You will displace. So those are the few things that we're going to really focus on. and then develop what is required for different segments within the talent pool within an organization.
Great, great. Thank you, Mohana, so much. I think there were so many things we could take away from here. One, your emphasis on making sure there is a tailored solution for the organization depending on where everybody is. The second one, your emphasis on looking at holistic well-being, not just in silos or Eastern versus Western. Also, your emphasis on getting the leaders involved and leading by example. And finally, the thing that I liked very much is to ensure that this is not an initiative, but it's integrated into the policies and the culture of the organization. So thank you very much for coming over here and sharing your views. I'm sure our audience appreciates your learning and experiences.
Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both for... So thank you both for such a lively, real-world conversation and sharing practical insights on dealing with the mental health challenges at the workplace. It was amazing to listen to both of you, and trust me, it was actually a real-world conversation. So thank you very much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Mr. Nandan Bhatia, our director from Healthy Workplaces Arogya World, to please come up on stage to honor Ashwin and Mohana with our token of gratitude. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we have the next speaker coming over to address all of you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. R. Rajesh from Reliance. A few words about Mr. Rajesh. He is a group head, medical services, Reliance Industries Limited. He is MD in public health with over 30 years of industry experience. Under his leadership, Reliance Industries Limited has won several recognitions and awards at international and national level. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Mr. Rajesh on the stage to inaugurate our felicitation ceremony and share his thoughts on happiness through holistic health. So put your hands together and give him a huge round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, that's great. First of all, we should be all happy after 2.5 years of COVID, we are all meeting physically. Yes or no? Yes. And many of you mostly are HR guys. There are few doctors and across India. What a fantastic work done by the organization for the COVID. And today, if you see India, mostly is, you can say, COVID is endemic, but mostly we are free without mask. So give yourself a big hand. You deserve a lot. So now why I'm here? I'm here for 3 reasons only. Number one is thankful to Dr. Nalini and Arogya team, Usha, because Dr. Nalini, Usha, and we are working since last 2015, if I remember, when we had a gold awards and platinum awards and other things. So for their invitation, that is number one. Number 2 reason is most important. Today is a T20 cricket match, and it is the last over. All of you are waiting for the awards. And they have told me you will be the last speaker and you have to deliver the best. I hope I will succeed or not, I don't know. So that's the thing, a last batsman. And third and most important things is what globally after COVID everyone has to take care. That is a holistic health. Apart from that, what the few things which are important in future globally next few years? One and most important is the holistic health, holistic health, holistic health. That is one. Two is digital health. And three and most important is the predictive health. These three, in next 4 years, every organization, everyone has to work on this. With this brief introduction, I'm having a few slides, as in 5 minutes I have to cover. This may not be covering what Reliance is doing across all the places and everything, but it may be a nutshell in few slides, what is one of the few things in the Reliance. And before that, what is holistic health? And why I'm talking about holistic health? To be frank, after post-COVID, in last 7 to 8 months, every organization must be seeing, but I have seen few cases. I don't want to say anybody should worry, but at the same time, young employee of 48 years, everything was normal. After working, going back to the home, before reaching to the home, he collapsed. Nothing else, he collapsed, died, without giving any time. At Delhi, my young employee of 28 years had a COVID before 2 years. Heart attack, severe, massive heart attack. There are few incidents which was happened, which we have to thank post-COVID, what is happening. If organization across India, if they're going to remain like before COVID, in next 3 or 4 years is going to be a challenge. So then we thought, let's work on the holistic health. So few slides are there. I request Nikunj to go move on. So what was the main slide was, I'm just in briefing, before COVID, the mental health status in India. Everyone knows that India, if you see, globally India ranks second on depression, second on anxiety. So that was the before COVID, mostly suffering from the mental health problems. Next, please. During COVID, what happened? Many of industries, smaller sector industries, they are closed. They somehow lost the job. Many other issues, working from remote, and many challenges. Like recently, my HR guy was telling, and in the previous talk, they have clearly told, employees are not coming to the work back. They want to come, don't want to come back to work. They are having many other issues to handle. So these are, because of these factors also, the mental health has become one of the important aspects of the life now. Next, please. Second most important thing is what Nalini was telling in the morning is non-communicable disease. It is going to be a change. I don't want to see any data of the world and global, but I am very frank to tell you at this stage, post-COVID, I have got down to analysis of my own company. My manufacturing location, which were working 24/7 continuously, because they were coming to the offices, they were working 24/7, more or less my hypertension, diabetes are under control. But my office locations, where we were working from the home, also there were number of cases have gone up for diabetes and hypertension. That is in a nutshell. So nutshell, I can say only two things. One is mental health, second is NCDs. Next, please. Yes. Now coming to holistic health. Basically, you all aware of WHO definition, is nothing to tell. It is a physical, mental, and social well-being. Now, what is physical wellness? Physical wellness is basically your all parameters are normal. Whether it's blood pressure, anything, you take it. What is psychological wellness? Yes. How your ability to handle the stress in your life. That is the psychological wellness. Many things are involved. And social wellness is how you have a relationship with your nearby neighbors, your nearby friends, and social life. Next, please. Everybody is talking about well-being and wellness, but I'm very impressed by the theme of this conference. I'm very frank, the day they called me, And they told me the theme is not wellness, but theme is from well-being to vitality. And that is the most important thing. Wellness is a process. That process involves many factors like physical, psychological, social, and everything. Next, please. Physical health is a simple. Every one of you should good physical health, because if we are healthy, then only we can communicate to others. And physical health is simple things. Having a good exercise daily, having a normal Indian diet, which is the best diet. I always say, if you have no diabetes, no hypertension, if you enjoy gulab jamun, enjoy 1 gulab jamun, don't enjoy 5 gulab jamun. And like dessert, they have put it, no dessert there, can we have dessert here? Different way dessert. And if you are really good Indian diet, you should not skip breakfast. You should have a good breakfast, you should have lunch, and you should have dinner, normal diet. Avoid that 12-hour fasting diets. मैं ये डाइटिंग कर रहा हूँ, मैं 12 घंटे का डाइट के बाद खाना खाने वाला. Avoid that. Simple diet is very good, and have a good 6 to 8 glasses of water daily, and good night sleep. 6 to 8 hours sleep is most important. Nowadays, we don't have sleep. What happens, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, mobile messages comes. Or just what message must have come? What is there in the night? Even our bosses, they don't see. Night 11 o'clock, if not urgent also, something has to be done tomorrow morning. They send in the night 11 o'clock because they should not miss the telling the next day morning. So, they're supposed to send the night message, and whole night disturbed. Basically, one should have a good night sleep, and best and most important, illness has to be detected at early stage. It is most important. Why I'm telling you, see, we are talking about wellness. And we are talking about wellness workplace. Now, everybody is thinking of wellness only in terms of good environment, good workplace, and good thing. But in a corporate setup, in an industrial setup, whether it is small and big, the curative care is also most important. Preventive care is the most important. Next important is curative care. When in emergency, how you are taking care of their employees, their family members, and how much early your team is taking care of that. Next, please. Emotional health is the second most important. Every bosses, every leader, every manager requests them to listen to their subordinate whenever they are talking. Listen to them, give them a patience hearing. That is the emotional. Most of the problems will be solved at your level itself when the bosses talks to the subordinate and know what is the problems of own. That is the most important of emotional health. Next, mental health, yes. As I'm also aging now, 61 completing, so mental health is one of the most important there, where I have to keep my brain active to speak in 5 minutes time to each and everything I can tell you in the nutshell. But it is the ability to reason out, analyze, and evaluate, and create and make rational decision. That is the most important. Next, please. Social health, why I'm here? To interact with all of you, to increase my own social health. I always prefer to come physically and meet all of you. That gives a great pleasure than meeting on the Zoom call or anything else. So that's why when spiritual health, yes, already the previous speaker was very good when she told yoga and meditation. Have a habit of yoga and meditation in your life. That is the most important. Next, please. Yes. Important word which is coming up since last few years is happiness. And when say happiness, you cannot achieve happiness by saying the happiness. You have to create the happiness to get it. And that creation of happiness will come with the holistic health and with all the factors which are taking care. Next. Top 5 in the world in the happiness ranks in the countries: Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Switzerland. India ranks at 136. That's the only thing I can say. Next. Now in Reliance, in a very few brief words, we have an Swasth model where we are taking care of physical, mental, social, financial, and spiritual health. Total various packages across location, across with the 15 lakh employees, family members, and stakeholders covering. This is one message which our chairman always gives. Yeah, Nikunj.
It is my duty.
Volume, please.
Each and
it is my duty to remind each and every one of you of our Reliance tradition of health first and family first. No matter what the challenges are, no matter what deadlines and startups we have, let us not take our health for granted.
Thank you. That was a chairman speaking at various occasions, health first and family first. And even I still remember during COVID, he called me one day, yeah, Rajesh, can you fix it up time at 3 o'clock, give a call to me every day. I thought, first what he said. Well, I want, you may be talking to every HR leaders and everything and these leader directors, but 3 o'clock every day, I should receive your call. And next time, I got a call during second wave. Everybody was pathetic, every industry, everyone. He called me once, Rajesh, I know. We have managed first wave very well. Second wave, I think so issues are coming, just sorted out. And the issues was in Delhi. Getting the beds. It was difficult for every doctors, everyone, Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, everyone, so locations. But we could have to manage that. Coming to that, we have some structured monthly health programs. Next, please. Yes. Mental health, somebody was talking in the last speaker. We have a structured program, some mental health, like creating the first aiders for the mental health. We have a Silver Oak organization, 24/7 for the on-the-call services. And we are developing the manager's capability to deal at the shop level the mental health problems. Next, please. Yes. Second is mission, which is since last 4 years working in Reliance, diabetes control mission, and which now have become digitalized totally. And across Reliance, we are working on the diabetes to those who are pre-diabetic to convert them to normal, and those who are having a HbA1c, generally diabetes is more, but HbA1c, those who are uncontrolled, to take care of them. Next, please. Yes, this is the most important. If you are working on the many industries, I'm happy to see smaller are coming on holistic health, wellness and everything, but you have to fix a governance model. You have to fix the indicators. What are the indicators you need to manage? Where the leading or lagging indicators? Your customer satisfaction index, emergency management system scoring, and various quality management system. Why I was talking the quality? The patient care is the most important. You do your best, but one patient. Recently I heard one patient, one lady, she was having the pain in the hip joints. 7 to 8 months she was going to the doctor. But after 7 months she was, somebody told her to get an MRI done. It was a metastasis. Whole family got disturbed. You may do 100 times better, but your quality care at the ground level, where your medical centers are there, where your doctor is there, it should be fantastic. You cannot compromise on that things. So that's the thing. Next slide. Few awards recognition. Thanks to Nalini in 2016, the Platinum Award, and thanks to, and recently we got top 20 world best employer on the basis of various things on better performance, salaries, and health and well-being. Next, please. Take home message to all of you and to your employees. I always say my employee, you own your own health, boss. My duty is only sensitize you. Nothing else. I can support you, but you own your own health. You got your health checkup done in timely time. Lifestyle, physical lifestyle and important lifestyle system you should know. COVID-19 risk reduction, yes. I want to be a little bit extra careful here. Still few cases are coming up. Those who are at risk, request them to take care of themselves. Safety is in your own hands. If you are having something, take care of yourself. Emotional health, mental health, and finally you should be happy. That is the good. Next slide, there will be a video of 2 minutes only. I've finished in the time.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, it was amazing and such an insightful session. So can you give it a huge round of applause for Mr. Rajesh? And this was such an amazing video, sir. Thank you for taking us through. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Kriti Pradhan, Head of Communications, Arogya World, to please come on stage and present the token of appreciation. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now is the moment of the evening, the moment of the event. Any guesses what's going to happen now? Everybody out there. No, it's not a desert time for sure. I'm not going to cheat you all again. I tell you, it's the most awaited moment for the day and for the evening. Any guesses? Come on, audience. Can you all guess what is going to happen now? Awards. Okay, so the awardees are very excited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and I'm super delighted to be beginning the awards and felicitation ceremony. To do the honors, I would like to invite on stage our All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we start presenting the awards, we have a special video for you on healthy workplaces. I request you all to please enjoy the video, followed by which I am all excited to give away the awards. So yeah, can we have the AV, please? Check.
Working population is key. With a Make in India campaign, as India looks towards faster economic growth, maintaining the health and productivity of its working population is key. With the Make in India campaign, the Indian government aims to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Along with that, there must also be an increased emphasis As India looks towards faster economic growth, maintaining the health and productivity of its working population is key. With the Make in India campaign, the Indian government aims to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Along with that, there must also be an increased emphasis on employee health at workplaces. 2 in 3 Indians are impacted by diabetes, cancer, heart diseases, or other non-communicable diseases. When compared to other developed countries, the onset of these conditions is at least a decade earlier among Indians. One smart way to contain the damage caused by NCDs is prevention through health education and lifestyle change. People spend more time at work than they do at home, which is why workplaces become key platforms in enabling lifestyle change. Arogya World started its Healthy Workplace program in 2012 to leverage the workplace as a platform for NCD prevention. We conduct meticulous assessments of workplaces to evaluate the health standards and recognize companies as healthy workplaces at annual conferences where best practices are also shared. The Healthy Workplace criteria, co-created with industries, are organized in 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold, and includes guidelines such as no tobacco use policy, easy access to healthy foods, and opportunities for physical activity. There is also a platinum certification reserved for exemplary workplaces, which is a data-driven leadership initiative. At this level, Arogya World helps in tracking the extent to which employee health has actually improved as a result of the leaders-led health initiatives and programs in the organization. Once we evaluate the level of health standards being maintained at a workplace, we conduct lifestyle modification classes, educational webinars, and MyThali programs to help employees make sensible lifestyle choices. Through these measures, we also enable workplaces to create sustainable culture of health and well-being. In 2020, Arogya World launched an extensively researched mental health criteria as a part of its healthy workplace framework to help corporates address employee mental well-being in a structured manner. As of 2022, Arogya World has recognized 185 plus companies impacting the lives of more than 5.8 million people. We couldn't have achieved this milestone without the able support of numerous companies and like-minded industry associations. We are happy for this support and grateful for the partnerships with our emphasis on clear benchmarking criteria, rigorous assessment process, great conferences, and our team's passion to improve the physical and mental health of the working Indians. Arogya World has definitely advanced the dialogue on workplace health in India.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further wait, I would like to now kickstart our awards and felicitation ceremony to give away the awards. To do the honors, may I please invite on stage our CEO and founder, Dr. Nalini Saligram. Give it a huge round of applause for, I can say, the foundation of Arogya World. So thank you so much, ma'am. Please welcome you on stage. We can, ma'am. Okay, thank you. And joining her is Miss Shravani Banerjee, who is our advisor and head of strategy and growth for Healthy Workplace program at Arogya World. Give it a huge round of applause for our very talented Miss Shravani. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now I just can't hold my excitement any further. I'm going to announce their first award. The first award goes to the company. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly set context, right? These award winners are the companies who are awarded for maintaining healthy workplaces, right? So we acknowledge that, sir, and a very big congratulations in advance to all of you. With this, the first winner is Micrographio Services Private Limited. Huge round of applause for Micro. I request the team to come forward. Micrographio is a social impact startup that aims at creating employment opportunities in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. The company leadership is very strong and the leaders act as good role models and influencers. Once again, a round of applause. Come on, everybody. They are honored by Arogya World, so they definitely deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. The next award goes to LV Prasad Eye Institute. Can we have the team here? LV Prasad Eye Institute. Yeah, Mr. Nandan would collect the awards on the company's behalf, but round of applause for the company team. All right, moving on to the next award goes to Coffee Board of India. Huge round of applause. We have the team here. The Coffee Board of India is an organization managed by the Ministry of Commerce.
they employ a much larger percentage of women compared to other organizations. Amazing! Huge round of applause. Gentlemen, the next award goes to Avion WE, Avion V. Can we have the team? Okay, the gentleman is right here. Give it a huge round of applause. Come on. Avion V. With an employee population of 375, is a leading integrated communications agency in India, and they allow 8-hour paid time workout every quarter to give time off to employees. Amazing, amazing. Claps, audience. A huge round of applause. The next one goes to, it's my pleasure, Adecco India Private Limited. And the team is right here, but completely at the last, so everybody's attention is on ma'am. Can we give it a huge round of applause? Come on, audience. Let the energy be on. Come on. Adecco India, headquartered in Bangalore, is India's leading end-to-end HR solutions company with a commendable culture of building a healthy workforce for the client organization. That's amazing. The next award goes to Bagmani Developers Private Limited. The team is right here. Okay. Huge round of applause. Founded in 1996, Bagmani Group with its 1,500 employees is the developer of prestigious business parks in Bangalore. Flexi timings, whistleblower policy, suggestion box are the most important features and provide a lot of support and trust in the organization. That's so lovely. Thank you so much, team. Congratulations. The next award goes to RMZ Corp. The team, RMZ Corp. I still don't see anybody. Okay. Moving on to the next award goes to Freshness Kabi India Private Limited. Do we have the team here? Okay, moving on. We have Garbhagudi IVF Center Private Limited. Okay, don't see the team here yet. The next one goes to Mercedes-Benz Research and Development India Private Limited. All right, the team is right here. Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, with an employee strength of over 6,000, provides services to its parent company, Mercedes-Benz. Mitch for Me, the Employee Assistant Program, equips and supports employees as they meet life's challenges. An amazing initiative by Mercedes-Benz. Thank you very much, sir. The next award goes to Quest Corp Limited. And I think the team is right here, Quest Corp Limited. Okay, he actually left early. Okay. So the next one goes to, amazing to see this one in the list, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport, Mumbai. No, okay. The next award goes to State Bank of India. All right, sir is right here. Huge round of applause. Congratulations, sir. State Bank of India is an Indian multinational public sector bank. And financial services statutory body, and they have the philosophy of employee first and your health first.
Amazing. Congratulations. A huge round of applause once again, Adi. The next award goes to, and this just makes me feel it is such a diverse platform. It is Sony Pictures Networks India Private Limited. All right, you all can clap. Congratulations to the team. The next one goes to Tata Motors Limited. Tata Motors Limited. Can I see the team? Okay, sir is right here. Congratulations, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, people. They are honored and they definitely deserve a huge round of applause. Tata Motors is a leading global automobile manufacturing company with 55,000 employees, and they have these exemplary mental health initiatives and training managers who identifies early signs of depression among employees and provides reliable solutions. Amazing. Clap for them, guys. A huge round of applause. The next award goes to Apsara Energy Private Limited. Sir is right here. Congratulations, sir. Jhajjar Power Limited is a part of Apsara Energy, known as CLP in India. Workplace ergonomics is approached with utmost care and precision, which is worthy of mention. JPL begins with an ergonomic survey and helps employees through information and ergonomic training. That's lovely. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much to Apsara team. Our next winner is CGI. Do we have Team CGI? Okay, they are right here. A huge round of applause. So good to see a lot of team members. Wow. Can we have a round of applause for the entire team of CGI? Ladies and gentlemen, CGI is a Canadian multinational information technology, consulting and systems integration company headquartered in Canada. They have been able to bring out positive changes at workplace with employees engaging in healthy activities during working hours. Amazing. Clap for all of them. That's an amazing initiative, sir. Congratulations. The next award goes to Vedanta Limited. Vedanta, I would like to make an announcement. We have one award for Vedanta Limited, but we also have a lot of other awards for the sub-companies within Vedanta. So for now, the award is for the parent company Vedanta, and followed by a lot of other awards as well. So Vedanta Limited, again, a beautiful group coming in. So ladies and gentlemen, Vedanta Limited is an Indian multinational mining company headquartered in Mumbai. Weight loss program Losers Win with rewards offered to employees and family members is a notable initiative. High fiber snacks served during the meetings, having a scorecard are their unique practices which is worth emulating. Give them a huge round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also announce Vedanta group of companies. Yeah. So who will get individual awards? The first company is Vedanta Limited, Jharsuguda. Huge round of applause. They are all under the tree of Vedanta, but yeah, different groups, companies within Vedanta. So the next one is Kayan Oil and Gas. Round of applause. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಒಂಚೂರು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತಂತೆ. So I'm also telling you in Kannada. Come on. Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Sir is right here and super excited. So the next one is under Vedanta, but Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Clapping. Huge round of applause, audience. Let the clamps be on. Next, Vedanta Limited, Lanjighar. Ferro Alloys Corporation Limited. So you can go again. You look very happy. Ferro Alloys Corporation Limited. Huge round of applause, audience. Come on, you all have to keep clapping. Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. The next one goes to Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. Clap. Round of applause, audience. Come on. Now I'm actually walking to your tables if you all are not clapping. Great. The next one goes to Vedanta Limited, Sesa Goa Iron Ore Business. Vedanta Limited, Sesa Goa Iron Ore Business. The next one is Hindustan Zinc Limited. I am surprised to see so many awards going to Vedanta alone. Vedanta, can you share your secret? What's going on? I will give you a turn to talk. The next one is ESL Steel Limited. ESL Steel Limited. And then the last one for Vedanta is Sterlite Copper. Right, thank you to the entire team of Vedanta. Looks like the whole Vedanta Parivar is here and they just grabbed away all the awards from the hall and just taking into their umbrella. But amazing team, I will be curious to connect with you offline and understand your secrets to a healthy workplace. But this is commendable on having so many awards. Thank you very much and many congratulations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next award, that is HCL Technologies Limited. Applause. Come on, people. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ जोरदार तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. They definitely deserve a round of applause. Just a few more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a special one. Guess what? Can I have all of your attention? All the faces right here on stage. Okay, great. Now it's a special one. We now come to the most coveted award, which is the Platinum Award. We congratulate 5 companies on becoming one of Arogya World's pioneer healthy workplaces in this 7th year of our Platinum Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we applaud these companies' tireless efforts in investing in employee health and wellness, and most importantly, in capturing the health metrics. That's very essential. We also want to thank you and your team for painstakingly filling out the questionnaire and providing the data we requested. The Platinum Award, our highest level of recognition, is a leadership and data-driven initiative designed to encourage the alignment of a company's health and wellness strategy with its business and corporate social responsibility goals, showcasing exceptional workplace health promotion programs such as those implemented by our till date
40 Platinum Award recipients highlights the sound investments that we have made together in advancing public health in India. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the excitement, I would like to announce the first winner for our Platinum Award, and that is Helion. Huge round of applause for the team Helion. The team is right here. Actually, because these are the Platinum winners. Helion is a British multinational consumer healthcare company with headquarters in Weybridge, England. It is the largest consumer healthcare business in the world. The company is a global leader in over-the-counter medicines with a 7.3% market share. Amazing, and congratulations to the entire team. Ladies and gentlemen, the next winner is Indian Oil Corporation. Award was given away to the director in the morning, but we still have the team to please come forward. So thank you so much, sir. We've given away the award. Just a few words. Indian Oil Corporation is a central public sector undertaking under the ownership of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, headquartered in Delhi. It is a public sector undertaking, and the operations are overseen by the Ministry of Petroleum. Amazing, sir. Congratulations once again. The third Platinum Award goes to L&T, Larsen and Toubro Limited. Huge round of applause for the team L&T. Multinational conglomerate company with business interests in engineering, construction, manufacturing, technology, IT, and financial services headquartered in Mumbai. The company is counted among world's top 5 construction companies. Amazing. Once again, a round of applause for our Platinum Award winners. And then, ladies and gentlemen, our last Platinum Award. Okay, the next one goes to Tata Consultancy Services. A huge round of applause. Okay, she's right here. Gentlemen, TCS is an Indian multinational IT services and consulting company with its headquarters in Mumbai. It is a part of Tata Group and operates in 150 locations across 46 countries. Huge round of applause for the team TCS. Our final Platinum Award goes to, and the company to get the award is Manipal Cigna Health Insurance. The team is right here with a big smile on. health insurance, the company resonates with the commitments to one's family health and well-being through a wide array of comprehensive healthcare plans that provide easy and lifelong access to quality healthcare. They are focused on protecting and improving the customer's financial, physical, and emotional health. Huge round of applause for the team. A big thank you to Dr. Nalini and Ms. Shabani for presenting the awards. It's an honor to have you here with our winners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I move on to the next agenda, a very big congratulations to the proud winners for your exemplary performance and demonstrating how you have prioritized your people over profits and truly built organizations that are really resilient and healthy. With this, ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations. I really can't get over your smiling faces. So good to see you getting the awards. With this, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Shabani for presenting her closing remarks.
Okay, so before we close the day, after all the felicitations that happened, I think one team that deserves a felicitation is the Healthy Workplace team of Arogya World. And I would like to invite the entire team on the stage. Nandan, Usha, Kriti, Anu. Can we all have you on the stage? Two of my colleagues are not here, Ashwini and Mani. Kriti, please come up. These guys have just worked day in and day out, burning the midnight oil. And we've had our sweet and sour moments over the last couple of months. But big thank you. Fantastic, phenomenal team. Big round of applause for colleague of mine, Usha. She's been here in Arogya World since the beginning and has been instrumental actually in the lot of research, the assessments, and the whole journey of growth. So I would request her to say a few words of conclusion. Over to you, Usha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So for many of you, I was behind the computer scene. So it was very good to see all of you in person. Can you all hear me? So it was very good to see you all in person. So for us also, organizing this after almost 3 years, an in-person conference gave us a lot of joy, enthusiasm, and of course, curating this entire session was a big challenge because we were returning after 3 years, but at the same time, we managed to pull it all together, and then with a lot of love and affection for all of you, and with a lot of respect for you, for the kind of effort you people have put into your employee health and well-being initiatives, programs, and so on. So thank you very much for all that, and we are very proud that we, Arogya World, at Arogya World, have been able to recognize this effort, and congratulate you on the best foot forward of yours towards employee health and well-being. Thank you very much. Continue to do so. We, as promised, we never go back on our promise. We will hold you through your entire journey. Some of you, of course, are our erstwhile winners, like Dr. Sandeep was saying, 216, L&T, even before that. So we would love to get back to you with our tools and programs and then resurrect and recontinue, reinitiate, reignite your passion with us, and then we will take you again on the onward journey with our amazing tools and programs. So thank you all once again. Before we close, of course, thanks very much for the team. Shrabni has already done that. First of all, Dr. Nalini Saligram, CEO and founder. Without her fantastic vision, this entire building all this around that vision wouldn't have been possible at all. So many, many thanks and a big round of applause for her for this amazing vision of prevention of non-communicable diseases. So our message to you is strike the disease before it strikes you. I have another very, very favorite, quote. You can call it a quote. When we take this program to everyone, they say that India is a diabetic capital. We are predestined to have this kind of disease. We carry it in our blood. It is in our DNA and so on. So our only suggestion, or rather our only advice to them is, your gun may be loaded with all these, genetic factors and so on and so forth, but don't pull the trigger with lifestyle habits. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the entire message we wanted to give you through various CEO panel that we did. The messaging that came there was, please look at it as a business imperative. Please look at it as a business imperative so that you can integrate wellness goals into your business strategies, goals and objectives. So it all comes from there. If you have a clear framework, then it cascades very well, not only down the employee population with supporting leadership, but also it cascades very well in the organization because you have a framework, you have the leadership support, and you have proper policies and protocols in place. So it will stand on its own. And again, my favorite, piece of suggestion, you can say, my favorite suggestion to everybody when we do the assessment is, don't take away the program with you, because not many of us remain in the organization, right? So don't take away the program with you, leave it behind for the benefit of future employees who may come in and, wanting to take the benefits. So for that, you need to institutionalize, you need to have a solid framework, and then protocols and practices. So thank you once again. You've been a wonderful audience. Yes, we ran a little bit late. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for bearing with us. And of course, the backstage, whoever made this possible, with Nandan's guidance and the team, Anu, our star, Anuradha Yadav has been our star this time, and a young and budding Arogya employee. She just rose above everything and then managed the green room operations. So thank you all. We would also like to thank our sponsors. Yeah, would you like to do that, Shravani? Yeah, let me just, because I need to read that out so that I don't miss out on anybody. You have it? Yeah. So our sponsors and our supporters in our journey, because I see Public Health Foundation of India right in the beginning. So they've been with us, with Nalini, from the inception time. And, the Global Center of Healthy Workplaces, you heard Wolf Kristen. So our stellar platinum companies are nominated at the global platform. So we have proud winner already sitting here, Indian Oil Corporation. And we also have a couple of other Indian companies which have won the award. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have a big journey ahead of you. Ye chala gaya, iska. Okay. So, we have Reliance Industries Limited. It was a great, sir, where are you? Dr. Rajesh, it was a great speech by you, followed by all takeaways and then the tips for building a healthy workplace program. Then the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and Micrographio for the excellent support they've given us. That one, yeah. So Mana Wellness, Dr. Ashwin was here with us, and then Mana Wellness, of course, I found a couple of other gentlemen too. Mana Wellness has been with us in the last 3-4 years now. Oris Tech, Infra, industry bodies like Infra, GACS, and then finally, Noora. So we'd like to thank all our partners and sponsors, and thereby we conclude this phenomenal evening. And we had great fun and great sense of achievement in bringing you this program. I hope you also enjoyed it as much as we did, curating it for you. Thank you very much and have a very good evening. High tea is served again. I request Nalini to come and please give a final vote of thanks.
I just want to say congratulations to the Healthy Workplace team. You guys truly have arrived. This was independently organized. And for sure, I can tell you, I was not involved. I did not even know the agenda for the day. So the really full marks to the whole team. You guys carried off the day beautifully. Everyone was engaged throughout. That shows you that the program was well conceived, well executed, and the speakers, I mean, that CEO panel was worth its weight in gold today. It was really great. I want to tell you, this is our biggest program at Arogya World. The others are also very important, but this is our largest program. The footprint is 5.83 million employees that we have touched. So next, I just want to give you a glimpse of what is ahead in the next year. We will be developing a company health index or a workplace health index. So please be on the lookout for that. We do believe we can do one for smaller companies and one for bigger companies. And we think that that will help us arrive at what impact we have created in the workplace. We ask ourselves, we're science people, we are impact-driven people. We ask ourselves, what did we do? What did we do to make a difference in the lives of all the 5.83 million employees? And the short answer is, we don't know. That is the actual truth. We don't know what difference we made. We have anecdotal experience, we have some data from the platinum companies, but in order to arrive at impact data, we need to do something a bit more rigorous. So you'll hear from us, we'll get you a health index of some kind, and we have a lot of growth and refinement and evolving of the program itself. So please be with us. We have amazing advisors. 4 of them were on the panel today. And we really look forward to working with each and every one of you to advance workplace health, because that's that's all we can do. We can work together to do better work in the health space. And if we can get working employees of India to be healthy, we have arrived at our best contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much for a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I need not tell you that this is already the end of session, but, well, I would just say all good things come to an end. And with that, today, we come to the closure of our session today. And before we close and wrap up the day, can we have a big round of applause for this incredible audience in front of me who have shown a full participation throughout the day. A huge round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, this event encourages you to become a healthy workplace if you are not one already. Right now, can I request you all to give a huge round of applause to the entire team of Arogya World for organizing this event in such a seamless manner. It was amazing. And now, one last round of applause for our sponsors and partners. Usha already mentioned the names, but a round of applause for them being with us here and making this event happen. With this, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we come to the closure of the event. I would like to... All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I tell you my final statements, we missed out on giving one award, and I'd like to call upon the company, that is Roshi Products India Private Limited, and the team is right here. Can you give it a round of applause for the team? Roche Products India Private Limited. I request Dr. Nalini to please come on stage once again, and Ms. Shabani, and present the award. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to tell you, like I said, if you're not already a healthy workplace, please start developing habits in your organizations to be a healthy workplace. And do not miss to follow us on our social media channels, on LinkedIn, YouTube. Stay tuned with at Arogya World to get latest updates about us and our patrons. Let me tell you, our patrons and framework is totally in sync with the guidelines of WHO. So it's worth following.
you.